Google Drive is Google's answer to cloud computing, and it has something for every single budget, starting with free. Google Drive is a part of Google Suites. In this course, you will learn how every other part of Google Suites interacts with and corresponds to Google Drive. You'll learn how to upload, download videos, text, documents, sheets. Every single thing fits in Google Drive when you know how it works properly, but it can be confusing. This course is going to demystify the Google Drive process. It's going to become a great tool for you to use and everyone in your office. I'm so excited to partner with some real experts on Google Drive. In this course, you're going to learn directly from Yingying Chen and Benson Chen, two people who have immersed themselves in every aspect of Google Drive and are now ready to teach you how to make the most of it. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and sign in right now. Do you have specific questions about Google Drive and you don't see the answer listed here in the curriculum? Well, go ahead, post your questions right here in the Udemy student Q&A section. It's right here on your homepage, and Benson and Yingying will deal with you directly. They'll answer your questions typically within 24 hours. So remember, this is a real course with real instructors standing by, and they are here to help you. So don't hold back. Go ahead, post your questions now.
Before we dive into the specifics of Google Drive, let's first talk about what it is and why we should use it. Google Drive is Google's cloud storage, and there are 4 integrated apps: Docs, Slides, Sheets, and Forms. Google Docs is a word processing application, while Google Slides is used to make and present PowerPoints. Fun fact, this PowerPoint was actually made using Google Slides. Next up, we have Google Sheets. This is a spreadsheets application, so think Excel. Last but not least, we have Google Forms. This is used to make surveys, RSVP forms, quizzes, and more. Now that we know what Google Drive entails, let's talk about the benefits of it. So, why Google Drive? First and foremost, it's free. I mean, how can you hate that? When you sign up for a Google account, you automatically get 15 gigabytes of free storage. Those 15 gigabytes are split between your Google Photos, Gmail, and Google Drive. Once you use up all 15 gigabytes, you can either go back and dig through your old emails and documents that you no longer need or no longer want to free up some storage. Or you can simply upgrade to Google One. Google One is essentially the same thing as Google Drive, but with more storage for a monthly fee. You can get 100 gigabytes for just $1.99 a month and up to 2 terabytes for just $9.99 a month. The next benefit is that Google Drive works on all devices. What I mean by this is that it works on Windows, Macs, iPhones, iPads, Androids, and basically any device that you can think of. This makes it really easy and convenient to work on the go. Next up is collaboration. With Google Drive, you are able to work and view the same document with numerous other people at the same time. Since everyone probably has really hectic and busy schedules, it can be difficult to find a time when everyone is free to meet up and work together. But with Google Drive, you are actually able to do everything online from the comfort of your own home. Next up is Google Drive's ability to automatically save and sync everything that you do. That means every edit that you make is automatically saved. This way, you don't have to worry about your computer crashing and you losing all your hard work. Since it automatically saves everything, you are also able to view the edit history. This means you are able to see every edit and change that was made since the document was created. Now, let's talk about auto-syncing. This feature is what makes collaborating so easy. Every time you make an edit, everyone else on the document can see your edit in real time. This way, it would be as if you are physically working next to your coworker. The next benefit is that Google Drive can work offline. When editing offline, Google Drive actually saves everything that you do and syncs it once you are connected to the internet again. Since I'm from New York City and I take the subway a lot, this ability of Google Drives to work offline is extremely helpful. When you are underground and there is no signal or internet, you can still work on your document and not be afraid of all your work disappearing, since Google Drive will automatically sync everything once you are above ground again. Next up is its compatibility with Gmail and Microsoft Office. We will actually dive in deeper on its compatibility with Gmail in another video, but essentially what this means is it is super easy to share files on Google Drive through email and can be done in basically just a couple clicks. Now let's talk about its compatibility with Microsoft Office. You are actually able to open, edit, and save Microsoft files in Google Drive. You can also convert these Microsoft Office files to the corresponding Google Drive applications. What I mean by this is that you are able to change your Word document to a Google Docs document. And you are able to change your Excel spreadsheet into a Google Sheets, and etc. So it is really easy to switch between the two. Last but not least, we have the fact that Google Drive is safe and secure. What I mean by this is that you are able to determine who can view your documents, as well as how they can view it. If you don't give a person the permission to view your files, they won't be able to access them. You can also choose how they can view it. Google Drive has 3 viewing options: just viewing, commenting and suggesting, or editing. So, if you let a person view your document, that means they can't physically make any changes to your document. They can just simply see it. Now that we know all these benefits to Google Drive, let's actually dive into making an account.
In this video, we're going to walk through how to create your own Google account so we can begin using Drive. So you're going to type Create Google Account into your search bar. And we're going to click the first link that comes up. We've arrived at the page in which we create our Google account. It only asks for a few pieces of information, so this is a really quick process. You're going to enter your first and last name. Then it's going to ask you to create a username for your Gmail account. This can consist of letters, numbers, and periods. And then next, we're going to create a password. Your password should have 8 or more characters with a mix of letters, numbers, and symbols. And once you enter it once, it's going to ask you to enter it one more time to make sure you're positive of what your password is. If your password isn't strong enough, or if it's already being used by someone else, you will be notified. And once you click Next, you're going to have an option to enter your phone number, but you won't have to. You also have an option to enter another email address, so if you forget the password to this one, it will send a new option to create a new password to your other email, which is your recovery email address. It's going to ask for your birthday. It's going to ask for your gender. We're going to click Next. And after you read the privacy and terms, you can go ahead and click I agree. And once you do that, you've created your own account. In the next and upcoming videos, we're going to start to talk about how we can use Drive and all of its capabilities.
To understand how to use Google Drive, we first need to become familiar with the interface. This is the screen you'll see when you first log into your account. So let's head over to this left side with the menu. First and foremost, you'll see a new button with a colorful plus sign. This is where you'll go when you want to upload and to create a new folder or file. We actually have a video that will explain more about this, so let's head on to the next one, My Drive. My Drive is essentially this. This is the interface that you'll see when you log in. And My Drive shows all the items that you own. This means these are the files and folders that you yourself have uploaded and created. So, this is split into 3 sections: quick access, folders, and files. So quick access are any recently opened files that you have. And it also shows when you last edited it. And the reason why this is so convenient is because if you're following up on something that you worked on yesterday, it will probably be the first file that you see, making it really easy for you to click and to find. Next up, we have the folder section. Folders are basically a collection of either other folders and or files. So if I have this folder here that says summer 2019, that means everything inside will be all things summer 2019. So all your folders will be listed right here in this section. The next section that we have is the files section. So Google Drive makes it really easy for you to differentiate what types of file it is by the icon on the left to the left of the name. So if you see this red square with the word PDF, this is a PDF file. If you see this yellow square with a white rectangle inside, this is a PowerPoint presentation. This blue square is a Word document, while this purple square with white bullet points is a Google form. And this green one here indicates a spreadsheet file, whether Excel, Google Sheets, or etc. So aside from being easy to determine what type of file it is, you can also choose whether you want to view it in either grid form or list form. So I currently have this on grid form, where the files are structured in rows and columns. Grid form also lets you see a preview of what the document would look like. However, if you want to switch into list form, you will go up here to click on this button. A list view shows you a more compressed view of everything. However, you get more information, such as the owner, when it was last modified, as well as the file size. I like it in grid view, so we're going to switch it back. Something else that you can do is also determine how you want to organize your files. Currently, I have it organized by name from A to Z. However, Google Drive lets you choose whether or not you want to organize it by when it was last modified, when it was last modified by me, or when it was last opened. So now that we have discussed My Drive, let's move on to Shared with Me. Shared with Me shows all the files and folders that you don't own, but that have been shared with you. What this means is that you have the permission to either view, comment, or edit any of these files. If you go over to the list view, you would see it would no longer says owned. It now says shared by, and you can see who shared the files with you. Next up on the menu is Recent. Recent shows all the files that you have recently opened or edited. And it would be structured by today, yesterday, earlier this week, and so on. Next up on the menu is Starred. When you star items, it makes it really easy for you to quickly access things. So usually you will star an item if it was important to you. To star an item, you will go to the item that you want to star and right-click. Then you'll go over to Add to Starred, and then it will appear in your starred folder. If you don't want to star it anymore, you can simply right-click and then choose Remove from Starred, and then it will go away. Next up is Trash. When you delete a file or folder from Google Drive doesn't permanently delete it. Instead, it stores it right here. So this way, if you make a mistake, you can simply right-click and click Restore, and then it will go back to My Drive, or Shared with Me, whichever one that you found it in. However, if you know for sure that you don't want it, you can right-click and go to Delete Forever, and then it will have this pop-up with a warning, and you can choose Delete Forever. And then it will be gone from your storage. Last but not least, we have this storage button here. Like I said before, Google gives you 15 free gigabytes. And here they show you a progress bar of how much you have already used, as well as how much each file takes up. If you run out of the 15 gigabytes, you can simply go down here to Buy Storage, and it will open up a new tab where you can choose a new Google One plan. So now that we have gone over the interface of Google Drive, let's actually talk about how to upload and create a new file or folder.
Now that we know how Google Drive is structured, we are going to dive a little more into how to use and organize files and folders. This includes creating, uploading, and customizing. If you want to create or upload a new file or folder, all you need is this new button. The first option is Folder. When you click on it, you are prompted to enter the name of your folder. Once you do that and hit Create, an empty folder will now appear under the folder section of your My Drive interface. Your folders will be automatically categorized in alphabetical order, and you can start dragging files that can be categorized together under that folder by simply clicking and holding on that specific file and dragging it in. As for how to create a docs, slides, sheets, or forms file, we will teach you how to do such in their respective section setup video. So let's move on to uploading. Google Drive is a storage system, so you can upload any folder or files from your computer onto Google Drive to help free up some computer storage. To do this, head over to New, and depending on what you want to upload, click on that option. For this demonstration, I will show you how to upload a file. So I will go and click on File Upload. Now just browse through your computer and choose the file that you want to upload. Once you have found the file, go down and press Open. On the bottom right corner, there is a progress bar that shows the uploading process. As you can see, uploading files are quick and easy. However, if you were to upload multiple large files at once, it would take longer. Now that we know how to create and upload, let's move on to the files and folders settings. To access the settings, go and right-click on the specific file or folder. Here are a bunch of settings options that you can mess around with, but we will quickly go over some useful ones. First up, we have the Preview button. This gives a glimpse of what the file will look like without having to open it up in its respective domain in a new window. Next up, we will talk about the Share button. One of the benefits of Google Drive is its collaboration feature, and you can take advantage of it by typing in the account of the person you want to share this file with. Let's talk about Move To now. Once you click on this, a pop-up of a more compressed version of Google Drive pops up for you to choose your folder and what you want to move your file to. This is an alternative way to transfer files into folders if you don't like the dragging option that was shown earlier. We already talked about add to starred in the previous video, so we're going to talk about rename. As this name suggests, this is where you go if you realize that you misname a file. Next up is the make a copy option. This will make a duplicate of the file and name it as copy of whatever the old file was. So since I made a copy of charts, the copied file name is copy of charts. Last but not least, we can delete the file by going down to the last option that says remove. This will put the file into the Google Drive trash where it will be stored until you decide to either restore or delete forever. To end off this video, we will quickly talk about how to customize your folders by assigning it a color. To do this, right-click on a folder, and as you can see, there is now a change color option. This was not present in the file settings. When you hover above this, you can see a palette with the different colors that Google Drive offers. The default color is gray, but we can go ahead and change it to any of these colors. By adding a color, it not only livens up your interface, but it also makes organization easier. This concludes our video on how to use Google Drive, and as you can see, it is really easy and simple.
As mentioned in the Google Drive introduction video, one of the benefits of Google Drive is its compatibility with Gmail. What this means is that it is super easy to send Google Drive files through your email. So what you'll do is hit this compose button, and this window will pop up that says new message. You'll then fill in who you're sending this email to, the subject of the email, as well as maybe include a few sentences about what you're sending and why you're sending this. To actually insert the files, you'll go down and hit this Google Drive icon. This will insert a new pop-up window that is similar to the interface of the Google Drive that we just went through. To insert a file, you just simply click on it and click Insert, and this will put the file into the text body. If you want to send multiple files that are in a row, so let's say, for example, I want to send all 4 of these files, I will go over to the first file, click on it, hold the Shift button, and click on the last file. This will select all the files in between the two. So when I click Insert, all 4 of these files would appear in my email text body. However, if you want to send multiple files that aren't necessarily right next to each other, all you'll do is, instead of holding Shift, you would either hold Command or Control. So let's say I want to insert PostLab 2 and SolarFacts. What you'll do is click on PostLab 2, hold Command, or if you have Windows, hold Control, and click on the second one. And then you can do this to add a third one or a fourth one. And then click Insert. And all 4 of these will appear in your email text body. Now, if you look down here, you can see you have a choice of sending it as either a Drive link or an attachment. There really isn't a difference between the two, because no matter what you send it as, the receiver will still be able to view the file. However, if you do want to know the difference, a Drive link works for any file that is stored in your Google Drive, while an attachment only works for files that aren't created by the 4 Google Drive apps. So this means if it was created on Docs, Sheets, Slides, or Forms, you can't send that as an attachment. However, if it's a PDF, an image, or a video, that can be sent as an attachment. So sending Google Drive files through email is as simple as that.
Welcome to the first video on Google Docs. Before we get started on learning how to use Google Docs, we should know what it is. Google Docs is an online word processor that allows you to create documents of text. These documents of text can be essays, 50-page papers, they can be resumes, letters, job applications, or just blank pieces of paper that you use to take down notes. But you can do so much more, and there really is no limit to what you can do with Google Docs. Docs can be compared to Microsoft Word, which is another word processor. I think Docs has some pretty major advantages. One is it's completely free. Word may be free for some students, and there are discounts and deals for specific universities or companies, but Google Docs is free no matter who you are. All you need is a browser. Second, there are so many useful collaborative features that allow you to work with other people in a really efficient and non-painstaking way. The compatibility of all Google apps lends itself well to Docs as well. I've personally been using Docs since I was in elementary school. That tells you how easy the application is to learn and pick up. But there are also so many capabilities to create visually appealing and specific documents. So in the next video, we're going to jump right in and we're going to learn how to create your first Google document. First thing we're going to learn how to do is create a new Google document. Right now, we're on the Drive main page, which can be accessed by typing drive.google.com into your search bar. We're going to go to New and then Google Docs. So we're going to have two options here. We can create a blank document or use an existing template. We're going to click blank document because that's what we're going to be using in upcoming videos. And here you have a brand new document. The second way we can create a document is through the Docs main page. So this is what the Docs main page looks like, and I can access this by typing docs.google.com. It's my search bar. I can create a blank document here or use an existing template. If I go to template gallery, I can look at all the templates that Docs provides with us, which can be really helpful if you want to use an existing format. If we go over here, we can see all the documents that we have saved on our drive. If we go here, owned by anyone, this allows us to filter which documents that we see. So owned by anyone shows all the documents that we own or that people have shared to us. Owned by me, this filters it so that we only see documents that we've created. And then not owned by me shows documents that other people have shared to us. So ones that we don't own. Over here, we're going to see it says list view. If I click that, it's going to change how we see our documents. It puts it in a list format. And if we go back to grid view, it shows it like this. I prefer grid view because it gives a preview of what your document actually looks like. If we go over here to sort options, last opened by me puts the last document that you've opened at the top here. If we go to last modified by me, that puts the last document that you've edited at the top here. If we go to last modified, that puts the last document that anyone has edited at the top. So let's say that you've shared a document with someone else and they've edited that document, it will put it up here too. And the last one is title. This basically sorts your documents into alphabetical order, as you can see. So we're going to go back to last opened by me. And this last thing here, open file picker, this basically allows you to open any file across Google Drive. So this is an easy way to open a file that you need. You won't have to go to the Drive main page. You can open it straight from the Docs main page. So now that we've learned how to create a document, in the next video, we're going to learn how to set up a document. In this video, we're going to learn the various ways we can set up a document. So first thing we're going to do before we start is name our document up here. I'm going to name it setting up a document because that's what we're going to be doing in this video. So if we go to File and then go to Page Setup, we can see all the different ways we can set up our document. Orientation. So right now we're in portrait mode. If we go to landscape, it basically switches our paper sideways. And it looks like that. Usually people will like to stay on portrait mode though. So that's what we're going to do. And that switches back to how it was before. If we go to paper size, right now we're on letter, which is 8.5 by 11 inches, which is standard. We have different options though, because let's say we're printing on different sized paper, we can type up on a document that matches our paper. So that's an option. If we go to page color, we can change the entire color of our page. So let's say I want my color to be orange. If I click OK, I've changed the page to an orange color. I can also create my own custom color down here. If I click this plus button, it's going to give me some options. So let's say I want to create my own blue color, like that. If I click OK, it's going to save it down here for me to use for future reference. So there, I've switched it to blue. I'm going to switch it back to white now, like that. If we go to margins, so margins tell you where the text begins and ends on your document. So let's say I type something onto my document. Notice how if I type something, the text doesn't start at the top left corner of the page. So there's rulers along the top and side here on my document, and these rulers basically indicate where my text begins and ends. So right here, there's a marker. You see it draws down a line. This marker or indicator is at 1 inches because I had my settings for margins to be at 1 inches. And over here, my marker here is at 1 inches. This puts 1 inch of space between where my text begins from the top, and this puts 1 inch of space between where my text begins from the left. And if you go over here, you can see a marker on the right. This is my right margin. And if we go down here, my marker here is my bottom margin, which puts 1 inch of space between the edge of my document and where my text ends on that page. So if we go to page setup, right now all my margins are at 1 inches. Let's say I want to change this to 1/2 inch, and I click OK. You're going to notice it's moved up because now the margins are 1/2 inch here and 1/2 inch here, like that. This margin here basically indicates when I type something all the way to the end of this line, it'll end right here where this indicator is and move to the next line. So that's how margins work, and margins basically allow you to determine how your text looks on the page. So we're going to look at this zoom option right here. Right now we're on 100%. If we go to 75%, that basically zooms us out and lets us see a larger portion of our page. If we want to zoom in, let's say 150, that brings us closer to the page. And this can be a useful tool because if we're looking at a lot of text and we want to zoom out and see all of it at the same time, we can do that. Or if we're typing in a really small font and we want to zoom in, we can do that too. So that's a useful tool. If we go to tools and then preferences, there are certain general preferences that we can have turned on. So this first one here automatically capitalizes the first letter of a word when you start a new sentence. Smart quotes automatically identifies if the quote is a starting quote or an ending quote. Automatically detects links lets Google Doc automatically detect a link. So let's say you copy and paste a URL onto your document. Docs will detect that and you'll be able to jump to that website by clicking on it. Automatically detect lists will put something into list format if it detects you are using hyphens, bullets, and that sort of thing. Automatically correct spelling. Docs will automatically correct the spelling of a word if it's similar enough. And there's more preferences here. I prefer that these be kept on because they provide additional help and other options. If we go to substitutions, automatic substitution allows you to type something into docs and it will replace that with a symbol. So if we go here, if I type in opening parentheses, a C, and then a closing parentheses into my doc, it will recognize that and turn that into a copyright symbol right away. So there's a lot of options here, and basically you can create any sort of input and that output you can choose from. You can even create your own substitution and choose what you want to have it turn into. I find this to be a really helpful tool. So we've learned all the various ways we can set up a document, and in the next video we're going to be going into how we can edit and work on the substance of our document. In this video we're going to learn how to edit a document, how to add text, and other related actions. So one of the most useful tools are the redo and undo buttons over here. This is the redo and this is the undo button. So let's say I type something into my document and I want to undo what I just did. This undo button allows you to undo your most previous action, and redo basically goes the other way and it undoes your undo action. And this is a really helpful tool because this applies to any action that you can perform on your document. This includes changing the font, changing the color, changing formatting, or any change that you notice on your document. That can be undone and redone with these two buttons. So let's say before I start typing something, I want to choose what font I use. There's a lot of different font options here, as you can see. And if I go to more fonts, I have even more options. I can look up a font that I want here. I can browse the ones that are provided here. Scripts basically provides me with different sorts of languages for fonts. Show all fonts filters which types of fonts that I want to see. And sort by, this sorts it alphabetically. This shows fonts by the date that they were added, and trending fonts are basically popular fonts that you would see. So I'm going to choose Arial as my font. So if I type something out in Arial, it'll look like that. If I highlight this, I'm going to be able to change the entire text that I've highlighted. So let's say I want to change my font size. Right now I think it's a little big, so if I want to make it smaller, let's say I make it to 12, that's what it looks like. And I can make it bigger again. Let's say I make it 30, it'll look like that. I can even manually enter a number. So let's say I enter the number 15, it'll look like that. So you can enter any number you want. It doesn't have to be a number that's shown here. So next thing we're going to go over is bolding. If I bold my font, it's going to look like that. I can undo it by just clicking it again. Italicizing my font basically tilts it to the right a little. And underlining my font puts an underline under my text. And I can have any number of combinations of these on at the same time. So text color. Text color works the exact same way as changing the page color. So let's say I want to change my font to this blue. It'll look like that. And just like page color, I can create my own custom color like that. Let's say I save this color. If I go here, it's saved here for me to use at another time. I'm going to change it back to black. So highlight color changes the color behind the text. So you see what's highlighted here, I have this gray box. It changes the color of that. except the text. The text color does not change. Right now it's at none. Let's say I want to change it to a yellow. It'll look like that. This can be a really helpful tool. Let's say if you're marking up a paper or any amount of text, this is a great way to do that. And just like changing text color, I can create my own highlight color just like this. And it will save for future references. So let's say we want to change this back to how it was before. Remember, we can use the undo button to go back to this iteration of our text, and we can go back again to how it was with the redo button. So we've learned the basics of the various ways we can add and change text in our document. In the next video, we're going to dive deeper into formatting and other advanced ways to create the document that we want. In this video, we're going to learn the different ways we can format a document. We can set up the format of our document with different styles of text. If we see over here, right now we're on normal text. So if I type something out, it will look like that. However, we're going to have some options here. So the first option is title. If I click title, it will switch what I have to a title format. So you notice I didn't have to highlight my text to change it. I just have my cursor on the line that my text is on, and if I go back to normal text, it looks like that. Now we can perform this with different sorts of titling formats. We have subtitle, which looks like that. We have heading 1, which looks like that. We have heading 2, heading 3, and more. This is a helpful tool because we can switch between normal text, title, and subtitle as we're typing a long text. So let's say I switch this to title. If I click enter, it will automatically go back to normal text so I can type parts of my body. This makes it easier for us to create subtitles along the way as we're typing up a large text. So I'm going to highlight this text right here. I'm going to switch it back to normal text first. And if we go to format and then text, we're going to see some options here. We have the option to do a strike through text. What that does is basically puts a line through our text like that. And we can undo it by clicking it again. So the next sort of text I'm going to show is a superscript. This is what a superscript looks like. If I type something out, it's going to put it to the top right, and it's going to really shrink the font. And a subscript basically puts it on the bottom right and also shrinks it like that. And if you want to go back to normal text, we could just unclick subscript. And now we're back to normal text. So we're going to delete that for now, and we're going to look at lists. So Docs already provides us with different formats to create lists. If we go over here, we can see the different numbered list formats that we have. And if we go over here, we can see the different bulleted list formats that we have. I have a typed up list format here, and I'm going to explain how it works. We can see how it corresponds. So the first line begins with a number, just like it does here. When I indent once on my next line, it'll switch my indicator to a letter, as you can see here. And if I indent once again, like it shows here, it's going to become a lowercase I, and that's going to be representing Roman numerals. I'm going to create a new list to show you how it works. Let's do it in this format. So if I click that list format, it already puts my first line as that indicator, which is an uppercase A. If I type it out and I click enter, I will stay on that indicator. If I tab once, it'll switch to the next indicator, which is in lowercase a. As you can see here, it's a lowercase letter. So I type out my second line like that. And if I click enter again, it'll bring me to that indicator. If I tab once more, it switches to that lowercase I, just like how it is here. If I click enter while I'm on a line, it'll bring me back to the previous indicator. If I click enter again, it will bring me back to the previous indicator. So that's how a list format works. And I'm going to show you an example of what a bulleted format looks like. This is a bulleted list. This corresponds to this right here. And this follows the exact same principles as a list format. It just depends on whether you want bullets or if you want numbers as your indicators. So let's say we have a typed up text here. For this example, I'm just going to be using a random text. So I'm going to highlight the text on this page like that. And then we're going to look at alignments. And this is where we change the alignment of our text. Right now is left aligned. And what that means is that if we look at the left side of our text, the first word of each line is touching the edge of our boundary, right where our margins begin. If we want to center align our text, we can do that. And this spaces out the words into the center, like that. If we want to right align our text, it shifts all our words so that it ends where the right margin is. And if we want to justify, that spaces the text out evenly. We can also increase and decrease the indents of our paragraphs over here. So if I increase indent, it'll indent my entire paragraph like that. If I decrease my indent, it'll go back. And if we just want to indent the first line, we can click tab and continue to use the indent buttons like that. If we go over here, we can change the line spacing of our document, which changes the amount of space between each line. So right now it's set on 1.15, but if we set it to single or 1, you can notice that the space in between each line decreased. And if we double, we can see the amount of space that's increased between each line. And if we want to change the spacing of our entire document, we can just highlight that page and click double like that. So we're going to go back to 1.15. If we click line spacing here, we can see we have some options. We can click add space before paragraph, which puts a space before you start every paragraph, which basically increases the space between paragraphs. Another way to increase space between paragraphs is add space after paragraphs. You can also create your own custom spacing. And once you do that, you can also click remove space before paragraphs to go back to how it was. And this can be a helpful tool because you might want to set this up before you start typing a long document, so you won't have to click enter and adjust every paragraph as you type it. This will have it so it's already pre-set up. Next, we're going to go over how to use tab stops, which can be very helpful when creating columns of text. If I click here, I can see that I have 3 tab stops set up on my ruler. My first one, which is my left tab stop, the second one, which is my center tab stop, and the third one, which is my right tab stop. These tab stops help me create columns of text. First, we're going to create a left tab stop over here. If I click on the ruler, I have an option to add left tab stop. If I click over here, I'm going to create a center tab stop. If I click over here, I'm going to create a right tab stop. What those tab stops do is if I click the tab button, it's going to stop me where I created that tab stop. If I click tab again, it's going to jump to that second tab stop, which is my center tab stop. And if I click tab again, it's going to jump to that third tab stop, which is my right tab stop that I've created. So if I type something out like this, and then click tab, I'm going to click tab again, it's going to jump to my third tab stop. And I basically set up the columns for me to use by creating tab stops. So I'm going to delete these and we're going to focus on the columns that I've already created. Your tab stops will remain for you to use. If you want to change where your tab stops are, you can highlight all your columns and drag your tab stops to change where they begin. So my left tab stop, I want to move it here, let's say. It will follow where that marker is. My center tab stop, let's say I want to move it here, it will also follow that. And same thing with the right margin tab stop. I'm going to move that here and it will follow along. Now, if you want to remove a tab stop, you're going to click on your tab stop here and just drag it down and it'll disappear. Same here, I'm going to drag it down and disappear. Same here, I drag it down and it'll disappear. Now, it looks a little weird like this because we've added tabs. So I'm going to go back and this is how our columns looked originally. So I'm going to highlight this page of text right here. I'm going to go to Format and Columns. If I want to change this text to fit into 2 columns, it's going to look like that. And if I want to change it to fit into 3 columns, it's going to look like that. If we go here to more options, we can change how much space is in between each column. So right now it's a 0.5. If I change it to 1 and click apply, it'll increase the spacing in between each column. Another option is to add lines between your columns. This is just for visual purposes. It helps divide your information up better. Next, we're going to learn how to insert headers and footers. If we go to insert here and headers and footers, this is going to appear when we click header. So headers are pieces of text that appear at the top of every page, and footers are pieces of text that appear at the bottom of every page. If I type something into my header like this, and I scroll down, you're going to notice that it's at the top of every page, and that's basically what a header does. And we're going to have some options here. Different first page allows me to have an individual header for just my first page. So I'm going to name this header number 1. And if I scroll down, you're going to see that the header is different just for my first page. I'm going to go to options and go to header format. So margins for your header and footer work the exact same way as margins for your regular text. They just determine how far your text begins from the top. Right now it's 0.5, and for footer, it's set to 0.52. If we go to different, odd, and even, and what that does is basically allow you to have different footers for odd pages and different footers for even pages. So let's say my odd page header is going to say header and then odd. And then if I go to my even page header, it's going to say header and then even. And if we scroll down to page number 3, it's going to say header odd. If I scroll down to page number 4, it's going to say header even. So let's say we're going to add a footer. We're going to have the exact same options as headers. If I type something into my footer right here, right now it's on odd page footers and even page footers. I can switch that to have different odd and even. So if I scroll down, it's going to appear at the bottom of every page just like a header. And if we want to remove our headers and footers, we can just click remove header. And if I go to my footer, I can just remove a footer just like that. Next thing we're going to talk about is inserting footnotes. If we go to insert and then footnote, you're going to see a superscript of 1 was inserted where my cursor was. And if I scroll down, it's going to correspond for a space for me to type a footnote. Just like that. And every time you add a footnote, it's going to change the number. So if I add another footnote there, you notice it's going to be a 2. And if we scroll up, there's going to be a 2 there instead of a 1. And if you keep adding, the number is going to keep going up. However, if you add a footnote on another page, the count will restart at 1. Next thing we're going to learn how to do is use the paint formatting tool, which is this button right here. Let's say I highlight my title and click paint format. What I'm going to do is highlight over something else. And basically what that does is I copied the format of this and place it onto another piece of text. So paint formatting allows you to copy the format of something and paste it onto something else. It won't copy the text or anything like that. It'll only copy the format. And it works on color too. So let's say I have this bolded, underlined, and it's the color red. If I have this highlighted and I click paint format and go over this, it'll copy that format. Let's say I want to copy the format of this and apply it to some other words. I can double click paint format and I will stay on the paint format tool. So let's say I can just click the word normal and that word will copy that format. If I click text 3, it will follow that format. If I click on a new line, I will stay with the format that I copied before. So if I type something here, it will be in that format. And if you want to get out of the paint format tool, you can just click it again and you'll be back to normal text. Next thing we're going to talk about is inserting page numbers. If I go to insert here, I can see the option to insert page numbers, and we're provided with different layouts. This first option puts the page number at the top right corner of every page. So if I click that, it's going to look like this. It's going to be a 1 and then a 2 and every page following. Let's go back. The second option, if I click that, it won't put a number on our first page. It will count that first page as a 0. And then I'm going to have a 1 starting on the second page, and then it will follow that count. And this can be useful because your first page might be a cover page and you don't want numbers on your first cover page. And these two bottom options follow the same thing as the top ones here, this corresponding to this and this corresponding to this. It's just these are on the bottom right corner instead of the top right corner. So if we go to more options here, we can see the option to put our page numbers at the header or the footer. We have the option to show on the first page or not. And we could also choose what number we want to start at. So let's say I want to start at the number 3. I click apply. It will start the count from number 3. 3, 4, 5, just like that. And this page formatting counts as a header. So you can adjust header format and remove your page number as well as your header by clicking remove header. And that's the last thing we're going to be covering in this video. We learned all the different ways we can format our document, and in the next video we're going to learn how we can insert images, charts, links, and more into our document. In this video we're going to learn how to insert various charts, images, special characters, and more into our document. First thing we're going to learn is how to insert an image. If we go to insert and then image, we can see there's multiple places we can upload an image from. The first one is upload from computer. This allows me to browse the files on my computer and upload them from there. Search the web allows me to search as if I was searching up an image on Google Images. So let's say I want to find a picture of a box. I'm going to click that and I'm going to click insert, and the box will appear on my document. Now if we go back here, I can also insert more than one image at the same time. So if I click these two, I can insert these two at the same time. And they've appeared really large in my document. The third way we can upload an image is through our Google Drive. So if you have a photo saved on Drive, you can upload it through here. If you have a photo saved on Photos, which is an app run through Google Drive, you can use that. By URL allows you to copy the URL of an image and paste it. So I would just paste the URL of an image here and it would show up on my document. The last option to upload an image is through your camera. This is going to ask you access for your computer's camera. And basically, this option allows you to take any picture with your computer camera. And it will upload right here on your document. Now let's say I want to upload an image on a page where I have text. So I'm going to follow the same steps, go to insert an image, and I'm going to use the search the web option. Let's say I want to upload this image of a box. As you can see, if I click the image, I'm going to have some options here to resize. If I go to the corner box here, this allows me to adjust the entire size of the picture and it will keep its dimensions. This allows me to change the width of the image, and this allows me to change the height of the image. So let's resize this image a little bit down. And this little circle at the top here allows you to rotate your image. And as you can see, the degree sign is going to pop up, and that shows the degree to which you're turning your image. So I'm going to switch it back to 0 degrees, which is originally how it was. If we look at our image here, we're going to notice that the image is covering some of our text. And the reason is because it's under the option inline. So this will cover the text. If I wrap text, the text will go around the image so that the reader can still read your text perfectly. If I break text, your image will take up its own lines and there's no text surrounding it. I prefer wrap text because I think it looks the best. You can also adjust the margins, which is how much space is in between your image and text. If I do 1/16, you're going to notice the text went closer to the image. If I increase it to 1/2, it's going to extend further outwards. I'm going to adjust it back to 1/8. If we click on all image options, so we can change the size and rotate the image here by manually inputting numbers, but I find it easier to just use your mouse. We can choose the different text wrapping options. We can recolor the image. There are different options of colors, and we can change the transparency, the brightness, and contrast of the image as well. A lot of the options to change how our text is wrapped along our image, to change the margins and rotate and change the size of our images applies to things such as drawings, charts, and more. So next thing we're going to insert is a table. If we go to Insert and Table, we're going to have the options to choose the dimensions of our table. Going along to the right here changes how many columns we have, and going down allows us to choose how many rows we have. I'm going to create a 5x5 table, and this is what will appear. Now you can type info into each cell, just like that. If I want to move to the next cell, I can click Tab or use the arrow key to navigate between my cells, like this. Now there are a lot of options when creating a table. If you click on any border of your table, you'll notice the top layout has changed, and we're provided with some options here. The first one is to change the color of your border, the second one is to change the width of your border, and the third one is to change which border type you have. There's a solid line, there's dotted line, and there's a dashed line. If you click on any cell, you're going to notice an upside down triangle at the top right corner right here, and provided with some options here. Each option shows us which borders will be selected if we click on it. If you hover over the option, let's say I hover over this one, it's going to say select outer border. That's going to select all the outer border of whatever I've highlighted, which would be these borders. If I selected this, this would be just the inner borders, which would be these right here and these two horizontal lines. This would be all borders, which is every border you can see for what you've highlighted, and so on and so forth. So this would be your top border, this would be your left border, this would just be your inner vertical borders, this would be your inner horizontal border, this would be your bottom border right here, and this would be just your right border. So let's say I select just my bottom border. As you can see, just my bottom border of whatever I highlighted is now highlighted. So I can change the color of that. Let's say I change this to red. I can also change the border width. I can make it thicker. I can also make it thinner. And I could change the border type. So if I made it a dotted line, it would look like that. If I made it a dashed line, it would look like that. Now let's say we right click on a cell. We're provided with some options here. We can insert a row above our cell, which would look like that. We could insert a row below, which would appear down here. We could insert a column to the left and to the right. Let's say I insert a column to the right, it would look like that. And I can also delete the row that the cell I've selected. So if I deleted this row, that row would be gone. I could also delete a column like that. And I also have the option to delete the entire table. The option to distribute rows and columns basically makes all the rows or columns the same size as each other. If we scroll down, we're going to see table properties. If we click that, you're going to notice we can change the table border here. We can change the background color of our cells. Let's say I change it to red and click OK. It's going to look like that. If we see over here, I can change the width of a column and the row of a height. And basically this allows me to change the dimensions of my tables and cells. Another way to change the dimensions of your table are by simply dragging the borders like that. And that allows us to change how it looks. So we've gone through the basics of how to create a table and adjust how our table looks. Next thing we're going to learn is how to insert a drawing. If we go to insert and then drawing, you can see we can either create a new drawing or upload one that already exists in your drive. If I click new, this is going to appear and we're going to have some options to draw here. I'm going to let you guys explore this on your own because there are many options to create the drawing that you want. So let's say I just create a line here. I'm going to click save and close, and that's going to appear on my document just like that. If you click on your drawing, you're going to notice much of the same options that appeared when inserting image also appears here. You're going to have all the image options that you do here. And if I click edit, I'm going to have the option to edit my drawing. So nothing you do is set in stone. You can always change it. So next thing we're going to talk about is inserting a chart. You're going to notice we have the option to create a bar graph, a column chart, a line graph, and a pie chart. Now you're going to notice if we just click bar graph here, a preset bar graph is going to appear. I'm going to go ahead and go back to delete that. And that same thing will happen with each of the 4 of these options. The way you actually create your own chart with your own inputted data is through the Google Sheets app. So let's say I have a data table set up or a chart set up from Sheets. I can select that and upload this to my document, just like that. And we're going to go over how to create your own chart and save it to upload in the future charts video for Google Sheets. If we go to insert again, you're going to notice something called horizontal line, and this is very self-explanatory. This just inserts a horizontal line into your document, and this is a good way to divide sections of text or paragraphs or images or really anything you want. So this is a good visual tool. We can also insert special characters. If we go over here and click special characters, you're going to notice all these symbols are going to appear. And basically special characters include arrows, shapes, equation symbols, emojis, and basically any character you can think of that isn't text. Docs provides us with a lot of options, so anything you're looking for, you're likely to find. And you can filter through which sorts of symbols you want to find with these 2 functions here. Go to insert an equation. You're going to notice we can create our own equation. So you're provided with the Greek alphabet and different sorts of operations to create any equation you want. I'm going to create one here just as an example. I'm going to select the alpha symbol. I'm going to do the plus sign, B equals, and then let's say I select this symbol. So that's how we create an equation. Last thing we're going to learn is how to insert a link into our document. And what I mean by that is choosing a specific text so that when it's clicked, it will take you to the page or URL of your choosing. So we're going to highlight a specific text here. and then we're going to click Insert Link, which is the chain looking button. So we have our text here, which is our sentiments, and we're going to give the option to either paste a link, which we already have copied down, or just search up something like you would on Google. So I'm going to select the Formatting a Document link. If I click Apply, you're going to notice that it's now underlined and blue. If I click that, you're going to see a preview of what that URL looks like, and I can go to that URL by clicking right there, and I've come to that page. You can also notice some options here to copy the link that you have linked on that text. You can edit the link, and you can also entirely remove that link. You can also add a link directly to your doc without attaching it to a text. So let's say I copy this link. I can directly just paste it onto the document, and a URL will allow me to go to that link, just like I did when I attached it to a piece of text. Now that we've learned all the ways we can add substance to our document, in the next video, we're going to go over what makes Google Docs so great for collaboration and the tools you'll need to work with others. In this video, we're going to learn about all the collaborative tools Google Docs and Drive provides for us. Before we can collaborate with other people, we have to share our document. So we're going to go to the big share button here, and we're going to be able to add people or groups. And what you're going to enter here is someone else's Google account or Gmail account. And once you find someone to add, you're going to be provided with some options. The first option you have is to make that person a viewer, which means when they get the link to open your document, they can only view your document and do nothing else. If they're a commentator, they can view your document and add comments, which we'll go into later. Comments do not change anything on the document. They are just notes on the side for the owner and others to see. Last is editor. Editors can do anything you can do on your own document. Once you choose what sort of collaborator they are, you can choose to notify them through Gmail when you share it and add a message as well. So if I have this checked, that means they'll get an email notification. If I turn that off, there will be no option to send a message. We're also provided with two more options. If we go to the Share with People settings, right now, editors can change permission and share the document with other people. If we choose to turn that off, they won't be able to change permission of who owns the document, and they won't be able to share that document with other people. The second option is viewers and commenters can see the option to download, print, and copy. If we turn this off, viewers and commenters can only view if you're a viewer and comment if you're a commenter. So I will choose to turn these two back on. You can also choose to share your document by giving someone the link. How this works is you copy this link here, and whoever has access to that link is able to either view, comment, or edit based on your choosing. And those are the ways we share our document with someone else. A great tool for collaborating is using comments. Comments are these side notes that I have here that allow both a commenter or editor to talk and respond to each other in. So let's say I click on a word. I click on the word street. I'm going to go to this plus button here to add a comment. That word is going to become highlighted, and that means I can add a comment relating to that word. So I can type anything into my comment. It can be as long as I want. And when I click comment, it's going to appear here. You'll see when I click on my comment, I'm going to have some options. I can reply to my own comment by clicking reply, and I can reply to other people's comments, just like I did here with reply. If I go to the three dots here, I can see the option to edit the original comment that I made. I can delete that comment. If I click delete comment, it's going to delete the entire thread because I deleted the original comment. If I click the delete on just this comment, it won't delete the entire thread. And the last option is to link this comment. And what this does is copy the link for just this comment. And this is useful if you're inserting this link somewhere else in some sort of collaborative way. You'll notice when I click on a comment, the word pertaining to that comment will become darker in comparison to the other highlighted words that were commented to. Now, this check here allows me to resolve a comment. Now what that does is gets rid of the comment because there's no longer a need for that comment. So you'll notice that the word isn't highlighted anymore. And that's usually done after all the discussion and all the collaboration is over for that particular word. You don't only have to add comments on words. You can highlight an entire sentence or even an entire paragraph. If I highlight this entire section of text and click Add Comment, you'll notice that the entire section is relating to this comment. The difference between resolving a comment and deleting a comment is if I delete this comment and I go into something called my comment history, you won't be able to see that in your comment history if you deleted a comment. And this can be useful sometimes because you might want to read comments you resolved for important information, or you can even see which collaborators have done what. So you can reopen comments by going into this comment history section. And you can reopen comments that were resolved before if you want to reopen a comment thread. So I find commenting to be a really helpful tool when working with someone else, when they're working on the doc with you at the same time, or if they're working at another time, because comments will remain on the document until resolved or deleted. Another useful tool is suggesting edits. If we go over here, we can change the mode to suggesting. And what this does is any edit to the document now becomes a suggestion and doesn't actually change the document. So here's what I mean by that. Let's say I want to get rid of the word street. If I click delete, you'll notice a green line through the word street. The word street hasn't actually been deleted. And I can see the suggestion on the side. I can reply to the suggestion just like a comment. I can choose to either accept this suggestion, which would delete it, or I can choose to reject the suggestion, which will get rid of the suggestion and keep what I originally had. And this works for anything, including adding text. So let's say I want to add the word avenue here. That also becomes a suggestion. And all suggestions are green. So let's say I want to reject this suggestion. I would just click the X button there. The last collaborative feature I want to talk about is the chat feature. The way you access the chat feature is clicking Show Chat. And you can only use this chat feature if you've shared your document with someone else and they're on that page. And this chat works like any other chat tool. It's very helpful if you're both on the document at the same time and you want to have a discussion relating to the document or really anything else. All these features make Google Docs a great way to collaborate with other people. In the next video, we're going to go over final tools you can use after you are done with your document. In this video, we're going to cover all the final tools you'll need to finish your document. The great thing about Google Docs is that all your actions are automatically saved, so you don't have to worry about anything not being saved. Once you're done with the document, you can leave it as is and it'll be saved in Docs and in Google Drive. However, you also have the option to download it on your computer as all the provided formats we will go into in this video. I want to go over some extra tools first. So one of the extra tools that I find really helpful is the word count, which shows you how many pages, words, and characters you have in your document. If we go here, we can see the pages, how many words we have, how many characters, and how many characters excluding spaces. And you have the option to display these statistics while you're actually typing your document. So if you're looking to reach a specific word or character count, this can be a helpful tool. In addition, we can find the specific word count of any highlighted text. So if I want to know the word count for this text that I've highlighted, I would go to Tools and then Word Count, and I can see what I've just highlighted is 146 of the 412 words on this document. At the top of every document, we'll have something that says last edit was blank minutes ago. And if you click this, it gives you the entire history of the edits on your document. Now, I haven't done anything on this document because I have just copied and pasted a text here, but this can be really helpful if you're looking back through your history and want to see something that you may have done or haven't done. And we can just go back. I think another helpful tool is the Translate tool. And basically, this allows you to translate your document into a many number of languages that are provided here. You can scroll down and you can see all the languages that are provided. So I find this to be another helpful tool. So if we go to File, we can see we have some options. The Share button right here is the exact same as the Share button over here. We can create new documents, spreadsheets, presentations, forms, and drawings from this file here. We can make a copy of this document, which is essentially a duplicate, and we can download our document into different formats. You can see all the formats presented here. The two most used and popular formats are the PDF and the docx format, which turns your Google Doc into a Microsoft Word document. You can email your document to someone else as an attachment. You have some options to move your document into different folders. And finally, we have the option to print. You can choose which printer you want to print here to. Copies is how many copies of your document that you want. Pages is which pages you want to print. If I have all selected, this will print all of the pages I have on my document. But if I type something in, let's say 1 to 3, it will print pages 1, 2, and 3. You see here it says out of bounds page reference, limit is 1. This is because I only have one page in my document. So I'm just going to put in 1. I can choose to print in either black and white or color. If your document has color in it and you want to print with color, you'll have the option here. And these are all the basic settings you need to print your document. I hope the skills you've learned here in the Google Docs section of the course helps you create any document you want. And in the next video, we're going to be doing a quiz to review some of the stuff that we've learned.
Welcome to Google Slides. Well, obviously, that would mean in this section, we will be talking about slides. This is a presentation program, so think along the lines of Microsoft PowerPoint. Now, if you have ever used Microsoft PowerPoint, you might have noticed that it was pretty advanced. There are a lot of controls and functions that can get pretty complicated. Google Slides actually lets you accomplish the same job, but with the side of simplicity. Everything is more toned down and beginner-friendly. In fact, I've been using Google Slides since middle school. And I actually managed to find a presentation that me and my classmates did on the Globe Theater for our English class. As you can see, the last edit was in 2016. And I do have presentations that go as far back as 2013, but that's just too embarrassing to bring up. So if we go and hit present, you can see that we have animations, transitions, and images, and a bunch more other things. Now, my Google Slide skills have widely improved since then, and I can't wait to introduce you guys to the world of slides so you can make your own presentations, whether it is professional or casual. Okay, in this video, we're going to be talking about presentation setups, themes, and layouts. So in order to do all of that, we first have to open up a Google Slides. So we're going to come over here and hit the New button and drop down to Google Slides. Then you're going to move your cursor above the arrows and see two options, either from a blank presentation or from a template. If you click on from a template, this will open up a new window of pre-made templates with many options for you to choose from, such as a recipe book, a consulting proposal, a book report, a science fair project, and much more. So all of these are actually editable, pre-made PowerPoints for you to take advantage of and customize. However, I actually like to start from scratch with a blank presentation, so that way I have full control over everything I do. So let's exit out of this window, go over and hit the New button again, go down and click on Google Slides. This will open up a blank presentation with a title slide already. So this is actually too white and boring and plain for my taste, so I like to add in some colors by adding in a theme. A theme is a preset color, fonts, and backgrounds that Google Slides actually provides. So some of my go-to themes are this coral one, this modern writer one, and this tropic one. However, for today's video, I want to actually go ahead and try this game day. So once your theme is added, go ahead and exit out. Now just follow the instructions and add in what you want. So let's say for this video, I'm going to be making a presentation on one of my favorite movies, Up. So this can be my title slide. It's as easy as that. However, if you want to spice it up a little bit more, you can change the background color. So let's say I still think that this white background is too bland for my taste. I want to make it blue. So go over and hit this background, go over to colors, and you will see that they have a basic color palette as well as a color palette that is specific to this theme. You can also customize your own colors by clicking on this and entering in a color code. However, I want to add this blue. The minute I click on it, it will appear in the title slide. As you can tell, this looks a lot better than just having a plain white background. But if you want to take it up just a tad bit more, you can actually insert an image into the background. So to do that, we're just going to go over to the background button again, and then click on Choose Image. Then you will have the option to either browse from your computer, to take a picture with a camera, to choose a photo by its URL, to choose a photo from either your Google Photos or your Google Drive, or to simply search up an image on Google Image. So I currently already have an image saved, so I'm going to click Browse and pull up my image. So now that it has loaded, you can see it looks a lot nicer. So with this image, we have to do some adjustment with the text and the formatting. So let's make it look a bit nicer. Let's choose this color. Bring this down here. Okay. As you can see, this looks a lot nicer. So just remember that just because these themes came with preset colors, fonts, and sizes, it doesn't mean that you can't change them. You can customize anything that you want for your presentation. So now that we're content with our title slide, let's move on to more substance. To add a new slide, just simply go over to this arrow button right next to this plus sign. When you click on it, you will see that it brings you this drop down of the many different layouts that Google Slides offers. Layout is just a basic way that your text and image is arranged. So I typically only use the title and body layout. However, depending on your presentation, what it's about, and the direction that you want to take it, you can choose your layouts according to that. However, Google Slides also realizes that the title and body is one of the most used one, so it created a shortcut for that. Instead of having to click this arrow button, you can simply click this plus sign, and it will bring you to a new body and title slide. So just fill it out. And here we are. So once you change the layout, Google Slides will actually adjust the new slide button accordingly. So what I mean by that is if you decide to add a main point, let's say I do that, this time Google Slides is going to automatically think that we want our next slide to also be a main point slide. So this time when we add a plus sign, we will get another main point slide. So now that you know how layouts work, you will just continue to add new slides and information according to that. Let's say I'm going to make a 4-slide presentation for you. Okay, so here is my presentation. However, I just realized I've made a mistake because it goes from slide 1 to 3 to 2. If you realize you've made a mistake in the ordering, just click on the slide that you want to move and drag it and move it to where you want it to be. So this way, my PowerPoint now reads 1, 2, then 3. If you realize that you don't want a slide anymore and you want to delete it, click on the slide that you want to delete and hit the delete or backspace key, and it will be deleted. If you want to duplicate a slide, click on the slide that you want to duplicate, right-click, and go down to Duplicate Slide. And setting up a PowerPoint presentation on Google Slides is as simple as that. Now that you have your PowerPoint, don't forget to name it. So this way, you will have a way of finding it in the future. So to name it, just go up here and click on it, and Google Slides will automatically give you the name that you inserted for your title. Some people like to name it at the very beginning, but I like to name it at the very end. It really doesn't matter as long as you remember to do so. Now that we know how to make a simple PowerPoint, let's take it one step further by learning how to use the master view. The master view or the master slide controls the theme, the layouts, the background, the colors, the fonts, the sizes, as well as the positionings of all the slides. The keyword here is all. This means that you should only use the master slide if you want something to be consistent and present throughout all the slides. If you want something on just one slide, you should go directly to that slide to make that edit. Now that we know what a master slide is, let's actually go and make some changes to it. To access the master slide, go up to Slide and then go to Edit Master. Now you can see that we have access to both the layouts as well as the master slide. So click on the master slide, and you can see that this is preset with the colors, the sizes, and the fonts from our game day template that we used. But I don't really like the font it came with, so I'm going to change it to something I like, such as Oswald. And then you can see that all of these follow suit and had font changes as well. Next, I'm going to go ahead and change this text to a more sophisticated and classic look, such as Times New Roman, and then increase this font size from 30 to 35, as well as changing this orange color to this yellow one. Alright. Something else that we can add to this master slide is an image. A great time that this would be handy and convenient is if you are giving a business presentation and you want to insert your company or your firm logo on every slide. It would be very tedious and inconvenient to actually go into each individual slide to insert and then resize and then position the logo. So instead, you can simply insert the image here, and you can have the master slide inserted into every slide for you. So for this example, we are doing a presentation on Up, which is created by Disney Pixar. So I would go ahead and find a Disney Pixar logo, like one that I have here, copy it, and then paste it right onto your master slide. Okay, since this came out a little bit big, we are going to resize and then position it where you want. So I'm going to put it on the upper right hand corner. As we mentioned before, Google Drive and its 4 apps automatically saves everything that you do. So once you do these changes, you can simply exit out and you can see how our slides were affected by it. So all of these slides now have a different font as well as a Disney Pixar logo on every slide. Something else that we can do is change the positionings of the layouts. Now what I mean by this is that since we used the game day template, there is this blue rectangle that is interfering with our background image. So as you can see, I can't remove it and I can't select on it from this view. In order to do that, we have to go back to our master view. So slide and then edit master. Here, instead of clicking on master, we are going to click on the layout template that we want. Since we are trying to edit the title slide, I will click on title slide, and now we have access to all the attributes on the slide. So now I can click on the blue rectangle and hit delete. And now it's gone. So let's exit out. And now we can see that there's no blue rectangle ruining our background image. Master View is a really powerful tool for you to take advantage of when it comes to customizing and formatting your own slides. Today, we're going to be talking about all things text. This includes the text box, the text aesthetics, special characters, and word art. So, when you have a layout open, you should be able to click on it and write your text right on the slide because a text box is already provided. So just simply follow the instructions and click to add your text. So I'm going to write coral reefs. And you can see it came out really easily, just like that. However, let's say that you didn't have a text box now. As you can see, without a text box, you can't write any text because there's no place for the words to go. To fix this, you have to add a text box by going up here to this square with a T inside. So I'll click it and I'll drag this box to however large I want it to be. Now that we have a text box, you can write anything you want inside. I'm going to add 3 bullet points by coming up here and hitting this bullet option and adding bullets 1, 2, and 3. Now, the next and probably most important thing about the text box is that everything you write is restricted by the size of the box. What I mean by this is if I want to change the alignment of bullet 2 from this left side to this right side, I'll come up here and click Align and choose Right. As you can see, bullet 2 actually stops in the middle. It never reaches this right-hand side. This is because this is where the text box stops, and this text box restricts the bullet 2 from reaching the end. To reach the end, we have to stretch out this text box. Once we stretched it out, you can see now it is all the way over to the right. Now that we understand text box, let's quickly go over text aesthetic. I'm going to highlight bullet points 1 and 2, and we're going to go change the font. To change the font, you will go up here, click Fonts, and there are a bunch of fonts for you to choose from. However, there are also more options up here. As you can tell, there are a lot of different options for you to choose from. I have a special one in mind, so I'm going to look mine up. It's called Special Elite. I'm going to click on it, click OK, and now my font has become Special Elite. Next up is changing the font size. So you can come up here and either increase or decrease the font size of the bullet. If you want to bold your text, you can click on this. If you want to italicize, this will do the job. This is used to underline. And you can change the color of your text by clicking this A. I'm going to choose a maroon color. Next up, this is to highlight your text. So I will choose this yellow color, and now it is highlighted in yellow. As you can see, my edits only apply to the first 2 bullet points. This is because I only highlighted those 2. Whenever you highlight something, the edits that you make will only apply to the highlighted parts. Now that we understand text, let's move on to special characters. A special character is any character that is not found on your keyboard, and /or is a non-alphabetical and non-numeric character. So my most used special character is actually the degree symbol. So if you look down on your keyboard, you can see that you can't find the little degree symbol on it. So let's say I was writing 78 degrees. Now, in order to insert the degree symbol, I will go up to Insert and drop down to Special Characters. Here, you can see that we have a pop-up of a lot of different characters and symbols for you to choose from. And this is a lot to look through, so I always just use the search keyboard. So I will look up degree, and as you can see, these all pop up right here. Since I'm from America, we use Fahrenheit, so I will click on Fahrenheit. Once you click on it, you can exit out, and it would be right there. You might have noticed that there was a drawing pad for you to draw from. So let's go back there and talk a little bit more about that. So Insert, Special Characters, and here they let you draw a symbol. So this is used when you don't really know how to describe your symbol. Let's say I was writing a Spanish article and I had to use the word that contains the N with the tilde above it. I don't really know how to explain that, so I can draw it out right now. So here we have our N, and here we have our tilde. So as you can see, Google Slides analyzes your handwriting and gives you the results that look similar to it. And the one that we want is actually the first one. So I'll click on it, exit out, and as you can see, here it is. Let's make this a little bit bigger. There you go. And this is how you add a special character. Next up, we're going to talk about word art. Word art is a special effects tool that changes the appearance of the text. So as you can see right here, I have this written already, saying regular coral reef. Now what I mean by regular is that it was done using a regular method, or the method that we discussed earlier in this video, by going over to a text box, writing it in, changing the font, changing the size, and etc. So I put this here. This way we have something to compare our word art with later. To actually insert a word art, we'll go up to Insert and go down to Word Art. And then just type in what you want and then hit Enter. So I'll type in coral reef, hit Enter, and this is what we get. Now I'm gonna change the font so we have a more funky looking font for some more fun, and then move it over so you guys can see it. And then we can come up here to change the color. I'm gonna choose this pink. And one thing that you can do with word art, but not with the regular method, is adding a border. So we can come up here to choose the border color. I'm gonna choose purple. We can also choose the width of our border. So I'm gonna choose 4 to make the purple stand out. You can also choose how you want your border to be. You can have a solid line, a dotted line, a dashed line, and etc. So something that word art can do that your regular way doesn't do is that word art doesn't wrap your text like how a regular text box would. What I mean by this is if I compress this text box, you can see coral reefs no longer fits, so it has to go down to the next line. If I change my word art and compress it to the same size, my text would shrink with it. It wouldn't go to the next line. So this was all that you need to know about text. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about visuals and sounds. And this includes images, videos, and audio. You don't want your entire PowerPoint to just be a continuous block of text. So to insert an image, you would go over to Insert, and then hover above Image. As you can see, there are many different ways for you to insert an image. You can either upload from the computer, search from the web, insert a photo from either your Google Drive or your Google Photos, insert a photo using the URL, or to take a picture using your camera. So I'm gonna insert my photo from my computer. So go and find your photo. I have one of Nemo. Click Open, and it will appear right onto your PowerPoint. So just resize and then position it where you want it to be. Another way that we can add a photo is by searching the web. So if you click on Search the Web, you can see there is a pop-up on the right screen where it lets you look for images on Google Image. However, I find that this restricts the searches and it doesn't show you as many photos as if you were to search directly on Google itself. So I basically never use this method. Instead, I will go over to Google and look up what I want and then right-click to copy and then paste it right onto your Google Slides. So now we have a picture of Dory to go with our picture of Nemo. Next up, I'm going to show you how to insert a GIF. A GIF is a moving image, and because it's moving, you can't use the same methods that we use when we added Nemo and Dory. Okay, first you're going to find a GIF that you want to add. So I already have one open of the turtles giving each other a headbutt. And then this time when we right click, we are going to scroll down to copy image address. Click on that, go back to your Google Slides, go to Insert, hover above Image, and this time go all the way down to By URL. When you click on that, you would go and paste what you just copied and wait for your GIF to load up. Once you are sure that you have the right GIF loaded, you can click Insert, and then here it is. And now just resize and position it where you want it to be. So here we have images and a new GIF. Next up, we're going to talk a little bit about video. So here, let's say I want to add a video of the Finding Nemo trailer. What I'll do is head over to Insert, go down to Video, and it will give you three options. You can search directly on YouTube, you can add in a URL that you already found, or you can choose to add a video from your Google Drive. So I'm going to look up a Finding Nemo trailer on YouTube. And wait for it to load. Choose the one that you want. I'm going to choose this first one, and then click Select. Next, on the right, it's going to pop up a list of options for you to choose from. You can have it auto-playing when presenting, you can mute the audio, and you can also choose where you want your video to start and where you want it to end. So I'm gonna choose to start my video at 1. As you can see, it automatically brings the video up to the 1 minute mark. Now I'm gonna exit out, reposition it, and let's give it a try by clicking play.
No hurling on the shell, dude.
As you can see, it automatically played the video at the 1 minute mark, just as we asked it to. So next up is audio. To insert an audio, it's the same thing as inserting a video. So go to Insert and drop down to Audio. The only way to insert an audio is if your audio is already in your Google Drive. This means in order to insert an audio, you must first upload it, as we have shown you in our Google Drive section. I don't have any audios to share, so if you want to insert an audio, just simply follow along how you would insert a video. And this was all things visuals and sounds for Google Slides. In this video, we're going to talk about tables, charts, shapes, and lines. First up is tables. To insert a table, go over to Insert, and then drop down to Tables. And when you hover over Tables, you would see this pop-up that lets you choose how many rows and columns that you want. If you move your cursor to the right, this will increase the columns, and if you move your cursor down, this will increase the rows. You can actually get as big as 20 by 20, but for this video, we are going to make a table that's 3 by 4. Once you click on it, you would see that a table would appear on your slide. Then you can just simply click on it and fill in your information. So let's do that right now. Okay, if you realize that you got your dimensions of the table wrong, just right-click on the graph, and now you can see that you can insert a row above it or below it, insert a column to the left or to the right, or you can delete the column, the row, or the entire table like this. So I'm actually going to add another country, so I'm going to insert a row below and add Germany. And let's actually go insert a column to the right as well and make this column C. So let's say that I am now satisfied with the dimensions of my table. So now I can try to make it look a little nicer. So let's highlight this and align it so it is in the middle. And let's add in a fill color. So go over to fill color and choose a color that you want. I'm gonna go with this blue color. Now you have this table with a really nice header and everything, but let's say that I want to add a title for my table. I can do this by right clicking and inserting a row above and calling this travelogue. However, since this is a title and applies to the entire graph, I don't want these cells interfering and saying that this travelogue only applies to column A. So to do this, I will highlight this, right click, and go down to merge cells. Now instead of having 4 cells, this becomes one individual large cell. And since this is its title, I want to make it a different color so it stands out a little. Let's go with this. So here is our table. Next up, let's talk about graphs and charts. To insert a graph or a chart, go over to Insert, hover above Chart, and now you can see that there are 4 options for you to choose from: a bar graph, a column graph, a line graph, or a pie chart. So for this example, I'm gonna make a column graph. When you click on it, a sample graph should show up with some random data already inputted. To change this so it actually has your own numbers and information and data, go over to this arrow button, click on it, and click Open Source. Now you should get a new window that has a Google Sheets open. This is where you will be able to change your information and the numbers. So I'm gonna make a graph that shows the number of days I spent in each country. Since I'm doing number of days spent in each country, I don't need this second column, so I can just delete that and change period 1 to say days. Now I'm going to change these teams to say my different countries: France, Thailand, Iceland, and Germany. Now you can also input your own data. So let's say I'm going to change 24 from France to just 14. As you can see, all the edits that I make here will apply to my graph automatically. Once you're done with your information, don't forget to change the title of the graph, because right now it is still on points scored. So just double click on it and this chart editor will pop up on the right. And then you can just click on title text and change it to whatever you want. I will change it to vacation days in. And then exit out. You can exit out of Google Sheets now. And when you're back on Google Slides, you can click on this update button and your new chart should show up. Last but not least, we have shapes and lines. To insert a shape, we would come over here to this icon where you see a circle and half a square. When you click on it, you will get this drop down of shapes, arrows, callouts, and equations. As you can see, there are a lot of shapes for you to insert. I'm actually going to insert this thought bubble callout because I think it's a lot more interesting than just a plain square. Now you can hold it and drag to whatever size you want your shape to be. Once you have this, you can choose the fill color. I will change this from this neon yellow to this more subtle color, as well as choosing the border color and the border width, as well as how you want your border to look like. Next up is lines. To make a line, you will come over to this icon right next to the shape and click on this down arrow. Now you have the choice to choose from a line, an arrow, an elbow connector, a curve connector, a curve, a polyline, or a scribble. So let's go with the basics and make a line. When you click on line, you would just come over, drag and hold. And here's your line. Let's make this a little thicker. And I am so satisfied with my line. Let's go and try out the polyline. A polyline is whenever there is 2 or more lines. So you can actually create your own polygon using this. So I will go ahead and actually draw a pentagon. So just click on it and make your shape. Let's make a pentagon with 5 sides. Once you connect 2 lines together to form a 2D shape, you will get this new shape with a fill color. Once again, I don't really like that neon yellow color, so let's change it to this purple. To end off this video, let's use the scribble tool. So when you use the scribble tool, this means that it doesn't have to be a straight line. Just simply drag and draw whatever you want. So this is my new scribble. As you can see, there are a lot of different curves and turns in this, but that's what the scribble tool lets you do. So this time I will change it to this pretty green color and make it thicker so you can see the green better. And this is how you use the tools and shape symbol. In this video, we will talk about diagrams and links. A diagram is a visually appealing way to display information. So think timelines, flowcharts, and cycles. To add a diagram, you would go over to Insert and go down to Diagram. This will then open up a sidebar with these different types of diagrams. We have grid, hierarchy, timeline, process, relationship, and cycle. Since I am doing a slide on the process of trip planning, I will go ahead and click on the process diagram. This will then bring me to a bunch of pre-made templates that are all catered towards describing and explaining processes. Now, before you go and choose a template, you first have to determine how many steps your process has. Let's say my trip planning process has 4 steps. So I will click on this down arrow and choose 4. Now all of these templates will automatically switch to have 4 steps instead of the 3 that we saw earlier. Next up is color. This is more optional, but you can choose a color to match your theme. So if you look on my slide, there is this green teal bar at the very bottom. So I want to make my slide look really coherent, so I would go ahead and choose a green or a teal color. So I will go with this one, and as you can see, it automatically changes all of these templates to have a teal scheme. Now that you're finished with the steps and the color, you can go ahead and choose the template that you want. I like the first one, so I will click on this, and once it appears, you can exit out of this diagram sidebar. Since these are ready to use templates, you can simply double click and edit what you want right onto it. So now I will go ahead and input my steps to trip planning. So my first one will be choosing destination. Choosing destinations. As you can see, right below it, we have this little blurb here. This is where you can input a little bit more information or give some details that describe your steps. So here I have some sample text ready. And Once you add that, we can move on to step 2, which for me would be research, costs, and look for deals. Next, I will add my blurb and move on to step 3, which would be save money. Add your blurb, and then last but not least, we have plan itinerary. And then I will finish it off with my blurb. So, as you can see, this looks a lot better than just presenting your process through a bullet point. This looks a lot more structured, and it's just more visually appealing to your eyes. However, something that you have to remember is that these are just templates. This means you can change them to however you see fit. You don't have to feel restricted by it. So just because I chose that green color doesn't mean I have to stick with it, because I just realized that even though they're both teal colors, it doesn't exactly match the teal on my slide already. So I would go ahead and change that by double-clicking and going over to fill color. Once I'm at fill color, I will go down to theme. This is where you will see the color palette of your theme. And I will go ahead and choose this teal color instead. As you can see, unlike what Google Slides gave us, this teal color that we just input is the same color as the color on our slide. So I want to change all the fill colors to look like that. Once again, you can do this by going over to fill color and choosing the color that you want. Now, by matching the theme color, this will make your slide look a lot more coherent and give a sense of togetherness. Something else that you can do is that you can change the layouts and the positionings. Let's say I didn't like this straight line. Instead, I wanted to have a zigzag. To do this, you would highlight the step that you wanted to move and simply drag to move. Now here we have the first part of the zig. So let's go and change process 4 and move it down to where step 2 is to make it look a little bit more coherent. Now I realize that 3 and 4 are a bit too close to steps 1 and 2. So I would highlight these two and move it just a tad bit to the right. Now I think this looks a lot better. However, everyone has their own opinions, so you can just go ahead and do what you feel looks best and do whatever you want. But this is essentially how you can make and customize your own diagrams. Now let's talk about links. A hyperlink is a word that is connected to something else. This could mean another slide or a website. And then by clicking on the word, it will then take you to that associated link. So let's say, for example, I went to France and I fell in love with the dessert macarons. Now I am making a presentation and I want this word to be associated with a recipe that I found online. This way, when I click on the word, it would then take me to that recipe so I can make a homemade version of it. So in order to do that, you would find a recipe or any website and copy the link. You would then go back to Google Slides and highlight the word that you want that link to be associated with. So I want it to be associated with the word macarons. Then I will go up and click on this link icon and then paste my URL. Then click apply, and once you see that the font color has changed and that there is an underlined and that the word is now underlined, you know that you inserted the link properly. This way, when you click on the word, it shows you the link that it is associated with. We can also do this to a slide. Now what I mean by this is, let's say I wanted to link this word to my second slide where I talk about my travelogue. What I would do is, let's go down to 6. Now what I'll do is highlight the word that I want to associate the link with, go up to link, and then instead of pasting a link this time, I would click slides in this presentation and find the slide that I want this to be linked to. So I am looking for slide 2, which says table. I can click on table and then click apply. Once again, since it has changed color and is now underlined, you know it works. So click on it and you can see now it is associated with slide 2. Okay, if you don't like that it has changed colors and is now underlined, you can solve this by highlighting it, going over to the underline button and ununderlining, and changing the text color back to whatever you want. Even though it doesn't look like what it used to look like, when you click on the word, it will still be associated with that link. And this is how you add in a hyperlink. And this will conclude our video on diagrams and links. In this video, we will be talking about all things formatting. So first up is distribution. On this slide, I have 3 photos. And as you can see, they are not distributed evenly. There is essentially no space between the first and the second, while there is a whole bunch of space between the second and the last photo. When things are asymmetric, it isn't as visually appealing to the eyes. So now we can either manually move it by clicking on the middle photo and dragging it and readjusting it on our own, or we can have Google Slides do it for us. To use the distribution tool, we can either highlight all 3 photos by dragging and highlighting over all of them, or we can click on the first photo, hold Shift, and click on the rest. Once you have the photos highlighted, you will now go over to Arrange and hover above Distribution. From here, you have the choice to either horizontally distribute it or vertically distribute it. Since we have our photos laid out like this, I will click on horizontally. Now you can see that Google Slides automatically snapped this middle photo in between the first and the last photo. The key thing to know about the distribution tool is that it will distribute the objects evenly between the far left of the first object and the far right of the last object. So, for example, if I move this last photo a bit over to the left, and we do that distribution trick over again by going to Arrange, Distribute, horizontally, you can see that it is no longer distributed throughout the entire slide. The photos are just distributed up to the far right of where this last photo ends. Okay, now that we understand distribution, let's undo it so it looks nicer again, and we can move on to alignment. Now, we quickly mentioned alignment back in our All Things Text video, but we can explore it more right now. I have a bunch of shapes here, and let's say that we want to align these shapes so all of them meet on this left side. Once again, we can either highlight by clicking and dragging, or we can click on the first object, holding Shift, and clicking on the second and third. To align it, we will go over to Arrange, hover above Align, and now we have the option of aligning it to the left of the box, to the center, the right, the top, the middle, or the bottom. And they have this little preview here, so you can see what they mean by these terms. Since I mentioned that we want to align it on the left side, I would go ahead and click left, and all the shapes will automatically snap to the left of the box. And this box acts the same way as the text box, like we discussed in our All Things Text video. So let me undo, and we can try it one more time, but this time let's say that we want to align the shapes so they all meet at this highest point, which is at the top of the box. So this time, once you highlighted all the shapes, you would go over to Arrange, Align, and go to Top. Once you click on it, you can see now all the shapes are where the highest point used to be, which is the point of the triangle. So let's undo, and that is essentially all that you need to know about alignment. Next up is ordering. Ordering is all about the layers. So when you look at my cluster of shapes, you can see that the very first layer is this green rectangle. And this is going to be the layer that is the closest to you. The second layer is this blue circle. And the third and last layer, which is the furthest away from you, is this purple triangle. Let's say I wanted to bring this purple triangle up to the first layer, because right now it is being blocked by this triangle and this circle, and I don't really like that. So what I will do is click on the triangle and then right click. Then I will hover above Order. Now we have the option to either bring it forward, bring it to the front, or bring forward. Bring to the front means that we will bring this to the very first layer, or bring it to the very front. Bring forward, otherwise, means we will bring it up one layer. So for example, if we are on the third layer right now, and we click to choose to bring it forward, we will bring it from the third layer up to the second layer. Since I mentioned that I wanted to bring the triangle up to the first layer, we will actually go ahead and choose Bring to Front. Now, as you can see, my triangle is on the first layer and it is in front of both the rectangle and the circle. So to give a recap, my layers are now first the triangle, second the green rectangle, and then last the blue circle. Now let's say I still didn't like the look of this, and I actually wanted to move the green rectangle to the back. So what I'll do is click on this green rectangle, right click, hover above Order. Now, since I want to bring it to the back, I can choose to either bring to back or bring backwards. Send backwards means that we will send it backwards one layer. So if we were on the second layer, well, if we click send backward, it will bring it back to the third layer. If we click send to back, that means we will send it to the very, very back layer. Since both of these options will actually bring it to the very last layer, it really doesn't matter what we choose. So I will just choose a random one and click send backwards. Now you can see that our layers have now transformed to be the first layer having the triangle, the second layer having the circle, and the third layer having the rectangle. Now that we understand ordering, let's move on to rotating and rotation. So let's say we want to rotate this triangle 90 degrees. I can click on this triangle and look for where you see this line that extends to a circle. Then you will hover your cursor above the circle and just move and drag. So I can drag it 90 degrees, wait until you see the number 90, and now our triangle has rotated clockwards 90. However, if you want to rotate things in a nice number, meaning 90 degrees, 180, or 270, Google Slides actually has a shortcut. You can go and click on it, right-click, and hover above Rotate. It then gives you the option to rotate clockwise 90, counterclockwise 90, which will be rotating clockwise 270, flipping horizontally, or flipping vertically. So I would click Rotate clockwise 90, and we will have the same rotation that we saw before. Last but not least, for our formatting video, we will be talking about grouping. So right now, these are just individual shapes that are formed in a cluster together. If I want to combine these shapes together, I will highlight all these shapes by either dragging and holding, or holding Shift and clicking all three of them, and then right-clicking. Whoops, let's drag and do that again. Right-click, and now we will go over to where we see Group. When you click on it, Google Slides will mash it together and combine it together so that this is now one big shape. This time, when I click to drag it, it moves together as a unit. And this concludes our all things formatting video. Now that we understand the fundamentals, let's add some fun into it by adding animations and transitions. Animations are special visuals that you can add to move text or pictures on, off, or around your slides. So, here I have an example slide with 4 pictures that depict a vacation of going to Iceland. Since these are step-by-step photos, I don't want all 4 to automatically appear on the slide all at once. To solve this issue, we would go and add some animations to it. So, to do that, click on the picture that you want to animate, right-click, and go to Animate. This will open up a sidebar called Motion for you to work on. So go down to Object Animations, and before you do anything, take a quick glance at the preview to the left. You want to make sure that you are adding your animations to the correct object. So I will take a quick glance and make sure that this shows the passport photo that I want to work on. Now that I am sure it does, I can go on to adding my effects. This first box shows the different effects that Google Slide has. So click on it, and a drop-down menu will appear with all these effects. There are effects that move an object onto the slide, such as fade in. There are also effects that move the objects off the slide, such as disappear, as well as effects that move the object around the slide, such as spin. So for my passport photo, I will actually go ahead and choose this fly in from the left effect. Now, you also get to choose when you want this effect to happen. There are 3 options: on click, after previous, and with previous. On click means that the animation will only happen when we prompt it to happen by clicking on a keyboard button, such as the right arrow key or the space bar. After previous means that this animation will appear right after the previous animation ended. If we choose with previous, that means this animation will appear while the previous animation is still happening. So I will actually stay with on-click. Next, we have the speed. I usually never mess with the speed. I like the speed that Google Slides has already set, so I tend to just keep it there. However, if you feel that it is too slow or too fast for your pace, you can change it using the slide bar. So, once you added this animation, you know it is successful if you come over here and you see this icon. This icon indicates that there is either a transition or an animation on the slide. Now that we know it is successful, let's go ahead and click this play button. By clicking on this button, you will see a preview of what you just animated. So let's click play. As you can see, these 3 other photos are already here. This is because we have yet to animate it. Alright, since I chose my when to happen on click, my fly in from the left effect will not happen unless I either press the right arrow key or the space bar. So let me do that right now. Alright, you see once I clicked my right arrow key, my passport photo actually flew in from the left. Now that I'm satisfied with this, I can click stop and go ahead with animating my 3 other photos. So to animate the second one, click on the second photo and click add animation. Now I would choose fade in on click, and then I like it the way it is, so I would go on and add it to the third by clicking on the third and clicking add animation. For this one, I want to have it zoom in on click and have that. Something else you can do is that you can add more than one animation to an object. So, since this picture shows the capital of Iceland, I actually want to add an effect to move it around the slide. So once again, I will click on the third photo and click add animation. Check the preview to make sure that we are still working on the third photo, and this time you can add an effect to move it out of the slide or to move it around the slide. So I will choose the spin effect. And instead of happening on click, I want this to happen with the previous, which is the zooming in effect. Now I will finish off my animations by adding in a fly in from the right effect for my food. Alright, so now that we have completed my animation, let's go ahead and click play. Alright, and remember to prompt it, click either the right arrow key or the space bar. Alright, so doesn't this look a lot better than just having it appear without any animations? But at the same time, you want to make sure that you don't overload your PowerPoint with animations. Sometimes it can be just a bit too much. Something else to remember is that even though I showed you this example with just pictures, you have to remember that animations can be added to any object. So this includes text, shapes, tables, and etc. Now let's add some transitions. Transitions are animations that are applied on the slide level. So what this means is that it is the visual effect that you get when you move from one slide to the next. First things first, go over to the slide that you want to apply your transition to. So I'm just going to continue applying it to this going to Iceland slide. Then you will go up here and click on the transition button. This will open up the same motion sidebar that we saw before in our animations, but instead of going down to object animation, we will go to slide transition. Now you see that there is this drop-down menu with all these effects. So just go ahead and choose one that you like. I will go ahead and choose cube. Now, there is also this speed progression bar that we saw back with our animations. This determines how slow or fast you want your slide effect to be, but I am content with the speed that Google Slide already set, so I would just leave it alone. Next, go down to play to see a preview of what this slide would look like. As you can see, that was just our cube slide transition, and now I would go and animate my objects by clicking either spacebar or the right arrow key. And there you go. I think that slide looks pretty nice. So, something else that you can do with your transitions is apply it to all slides. What this means is that this effect that you chose will then be applied to all slides. Once you click on that, you can look over and see this icon on every slide. Once again, this icon indicates that there is either a transition or an animation on the slide. So let's undo this, and it will then disappear. If you don't want this exact effect to happen on every slide, you would actually have to go in to each individual slide and apply the slide transition by going up here and doing that all over again. And this is how you can add animations and transitions. So just go ahead and play around with it and figure out what works best for your presentation and what you like. To conclude our section on Google Slides, let's talk about presenting and sharing. To present, come up and click on the Present button. Now, to go through the slides, you can either use the spacebar or the right arrow key. So, let's take a look at this presentation that we made together. That was our transition, and now here comes our animations. Once you're done with your presentation, to exit out, press the Escape key on the upper left of your keyboard. This will then bring you back to the Google Slides view. You might have also noticed that on the bottom of every slide, there is a place for you to add speaker notes. This is essentially a place to write down your talking points. This can mean either a few key points that you want to make sure you touch upon in your presentation, or it could be a more elaborate and detailed script. So let me add my speaker notes. And as you can see, Google Slides didn't really give you a lot of space to view it. So if you wrote a lot, what you'll do is hover your mouse above these ellipses, hold and drag. This way you can see it in its full potential, I guess. To present with speaker view, what you'll do is instead of clicking present, you'll go and click on the down arrow key right next to present, and then choose presenter view. This will open up a new window where you can practice the timing of your presentation, as well as see the speaker notes. To the left, you can see the slide that you are currently presenting, as well as the previous and the next slide. So let's exit out of this and hit the Escape key again. Now that we have talked about presenting, let's go on to sharing. To share, simply come up and hit this yellow golden share button. Now you have two options. You can either share with people in a group, or you can get a link. If you have specific people that you want to add, simply just type in their Google account. Alright, once you have their Google account open, you can also choose how you want them to view it. They can be a viewer, a commenter, or an editor. An editor means that they have full access to your presentation and can add images and text whenever and wherever they want. If they are a commenter, this means that they will only be able to leave suggestions. None of their edits will be permanent until you accept those suggestions. If you make them just a viewer, that means that they can only see your slide. They can't make any changes to it. You can also choose whether or not you want to notify them. If you click on this box to notify them, that means they will receive an email saying that you shared this presentation with them. If you do that, you can also leave a little message, something like, "Hi, can you look over slides 3 and 4 for me?" Or something like that. Alright, the second option is get link. So, right now, I have it on restricted. This means when whoever comes up upon this link can only open it if I shared it with them. Since I haven't shared it with anyone yet, anyone who clicks on this link will say that they don't have permission to view this PowerPoint. However, if you want to make your presentation public, you would click on this down arrow and choose anyone with link. This will mean that anyone who comes upon it can have access to your PowerPoint. Once again, you can choose whether you want them to be a viewer, a commenter, or an editor. If I want to keep it private, I will not share it with anyone. Now that we talked about sharing, let's talk a little bit about comments, download, and printing. Comments are really helpful when you are collaborating with someone. This is because you can leave questions, thoughts, or reminders. So let's say that I was going through the PowerPoint and I realized that I forgot to add something. But since I'm too busy to add it in now, I can leave myself a comment or leave a comment for the person I'm collaborating with so they don't forget. So just highlight what you want to comment and go up to this comment icon, which is right next to the link icon. Once you click on it, you can simply type in what you want to leave the comment as. So I will say remember to add X, and then click comment, and now it will be on the right. As you can see, it says who left the comment, when the comment was left, and you can add a comment to that comment to create a thread. So I can reply right back to myself or reply to my coworker's comment and be like, got it, or will do. Click reply, and then there will be a chain. You can also add a comment to an entire slide. This time, if you want to add a comment to the slide, you don't need to highlight anything. Just simply go up to the comment button and add in your comment. So I can be like, interesting slide, and then add comment. Alright, now that we're done with the comment, let's move on to downloads and printing. If you want to download this file, go over to File and hover above Download. As you can see, there are a bunch of options for you to download it as. Sometimes I like to download mine as a PDF, just so I have a copy saved onto my computer. If you want to print your presentation, simply go down to print and it will generate a preview. And once you're sure that everything looks the way you want, you can go ahead and print it. And this concludes our section on Google Slides. This is everything that you need to know in order to make a successful PowerPoint using Google Slides. So thank you for tuning in.
The next Google application we're going to be talking about is Google Sheets. Google Sheets is an online spreadsheet application that allows you to create spreadsheets. Spreadsheets allow you to input data, organize that data in really creative and visually appealing ways. You can create charts, tables, graphs, and more. Spreadsheets also allow you to perform calculations, just like you would on a calculator. You can use functions and formulas, and once you learn the basics of Sheets and its syntax, you can begin to create complex formulas to deal with complex sets of data. Spreadsheets are used by a number of people. If you're working with data sets, if you're working with statistics, or if you're working with data entry, many businesses use spreadsheets to keep track of logistics and the many moving parts of a business, especially with data entry. Google Sheets is comparable to something like Microsoft Excel, which is another spreadsheets app. They both have their own advantages. If you're looking to manage thousands of cells of data and use functions with really large amounts of data, Microsoft Excel is probably the better option. However, other than that, Google Sheets can handle anything fine. The advantages of Sheets is it is completely free, and all the collaborative features allow many people to work on one spreadsheet at once. In the next video, we're going to learn how to create your first Google spreadsheet. First thing we're going to learn is how to create a new Google Sheet. Right now, we're on the Drive main page, which can be accessed by typing drive.google.com into your search bar. We're going to click New and then go to Sheets. If we go to this arrow, we're provided with two options here. We can create a blank spreadsheet or create a spreadsheet with an existing template. I'm going to click blank spreadsheet because this is the spreadsheet we're going to be using in future videos. And as you can see, I have an untitled spreadsheet that is completely blank for me to start using. Now, the second way for me to create a new sheet is through the Google Sheets main page. So right here is the Sheets main page. I can create a blank spreadsheet right here, or I can use an existing template. I can browse the entire template of Sheets by clicking Template Gallery. And Google Sheets have divided them into sheets that are good for personal use, sheets that are good for work, and sheets that are good for project management, education, and so on and so forth. The layout of the Sheets main page is nearly identical to the layout of the Docs main page. So you're going to have all your sheets laid out here for you, and we're going to have some ways to organize and filter them. So owned by anyone shows you sheets that are owned by anyone. So sheets that you own or sheets that someone else have owned and shared to you. We can change that to owned by me. So now it's only presenting sheets that you own. If we go to not owned by me, these are sheets that someone else have shared to you and ones you are not the owner of. Right now, I don't have any sheets like that. That's why it's empty. If we go here, we can change how our sheets are presented to us. Right now, it's in a grid view. If we click this puts it in a list view. I prefer to have it in a grid view because we get a preview of what the actual spreadsheet looks like. We can also have some sorting options here. We can have last opened by me, which puts the last spreadsheet that you've opened at the top here. Last modified by me puts the last spreadsheet that you've edited at the top here. Last modified puts the last spreadsheet that anyone has edited at the top. So let's say you've shared a spreadsheet with someone else and they've been working on it too. And title will just sort this by alphabetical order, as you can see. And the last thing we have here, Open File Picker, allows you to open any file across your Google Drive. So this is an easy way to access files from your Sheets main page. So now that we've learned how to create a spreadsheet, in the next video we're going to go into the basics and editing of a spreadsheet. In this video we're going to go over all the basics you need to know for spreadsheets. The first thing we're going to talk about is a cell. A cell is a single box within your spreadsheet, and in that cell you can input information. We can enter text, we can enter numbers, and we can enter percentages, dates, decimals, and more. If we go to Format and go to Number, we can see all the different sorts of numerical values that we can input. So if I click percent and enter something, it is now in the percent format. When you enter data, you can enter directly into the cell here, or if we go here to something called the top field, we can enter here too. And this can be useful if you're typing out a really long data set or equation that you won't be able to see in your cell, but you will be able to see the entire thing up here. Now, cells allow you to make calculations using other cells. And we do that by referencing a cell. We reference this cell by saying A1 and this cell by A2. So basically, we say the letter first and then the number. So if I type something into B3 over here, this cell would be referenced as B3. This is going to be important later on when we learn how to use formulas and functions that require you to reference cells. When you click on a cell, it means that you've selected that cell and you can perform an action to that cell. If you click it twice, it means you want to change the contents of what's in that cell. An easy way to navigate through your cells is by using arrow keys. So if I click the right arrow key, I will move one to the right. If I click the down arrow key, I will move one to the down. If I click the left arrow key, I will move one to the left. And if I click the up arrow key, I will move one up. You can also use Tab to move to the next cell and click Enter to go to the next line. If we click Enter once, Sheets will assume you want to change the content of that cell. If you click it again, it will move to the next line as if it was a Google Docs. So we can select one cell by just clicking on it, but there are ways we can select multiple cells at once. If you want to select all the cells in this column, you're just going to click that column. And if you want to select an entire row of cells, you're just going to click that row on the left here with the numbers. And for a column, we're going to click the letters up here. We can select a certain amount of cells by dragging over which cells we want to select, like that. We can do the same thing if we hold down Shift and then use our arrow keys to move along and select which cells. So right now I'm using my arrow keys to move to the right. Now I'm moving down one. And that's how we can select using Shift and arrow keys. If we want to select this entire sheet, we're going to click this button here at the top left. And everything in our sheet will be selected. If you want to select individual cells, you can hold down Control if you're on a PC, Command if you're on a Mac, and just select whichever cells you want, and they will all be selected. If you want to copy and paste, you can select an entire range of cells you want to copy, and then just paste it here. But make sure to paste on empty cells, because if I paste over a cell that already has data in it, that cell will be replaced with your new pasted data. So make sure to paste on empty cells. If we look over here, we can see we have much of the same options we do on a lot of Google Drive's applications. So we can change which font we want to use on our text here. We can change the size of our font. We can bold our font. We can italicize our font. And we can strike through our font, which puts a line through our text. We can also change the color of our text over here, and we can create our own custom color just like we did on Google Docs. Fill color allows us to change the color of our cells. So I've selected these cells, and if I click blue, the color of those cells will change. This can be a really helpful tool for visually organizing data. Another way we can change how our text looks in a cell is by how it's aligned. So I'm going to select this first column, and if we go to something called horizontal align, we can change how it's aligned within our cells. If I click left, it shifts all the content in my cell to the left. Center centers it, and right puts it all the way to the right. We can also change the vertical alignment of our cells too. Right now it's on top. If I move it to the middle, my content will move to the middle. And if I move it to the bottom, it will move to the bottom. When you have a text that's too long to fit into your cell, there's multiple ways of solving that problem. Right now I have something in my cell that's too big to fit into that cell. So one way I can make it fit is with a wrap. This fits your entire text into your cell by stacking the text. If I click overflow, my text will go past where the boundaries of the cell are and move into the next cell, essentially merging these two cells into one. Clipping my text will cut off where my text reaches the boundary of that cell. You can also change the size of your rows and columns by dragging these top markers over here so that your text will fit into your entire cell. And we can do the same for rows here. We also have the option to rotate text within a cell. Right now it's straight, however we can tilt it up, we can tilt it down, sideways, and any orientation that you want. And you can even choose what angle you want to put your text in. And this can be a great way for trying to fit something that's too big into a text or just visually organizing data. Another interesting feature of Sheets is you can copy and paste information by clicking on the box at the bottom right of a cell. Let's say I have these cells selected and I want to copy and paste them. I'm going to hover over the box at the bottom right corner, and then I drag it in any direction I want to paste it. So if I want to paste it to the right, I would drag it to the right. If I want to paste it down, I would drag it down. So I drag it to the right here, and it's copied. Sheets is also really smart. Let's say I have a data set that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I select these cells and copy and paste it down, Sheets will recognize a pattern of going up by one numerical value and continue that pattern down. The same thing works for, let's say, numbers going up by 5. If I copy and paste this down, it will continue to go up by 5. This same thing will work for something like dates as well. Basically, any pattern that Sheets recognizes, it will continue for you. If I copy this, and let's say I want to turn this into a row of data instead of a column while keeping the same values, I can do something called pasting transposed. And what that does is switch your rows into columns and switch your columns into rows. So if I select this again and do paste transposed here, it will turn it back into a column. So that's what we're going to be covering in this video. We learned a lot about the basics of using and editing spreadsheets. In the next video, we're going to go into ways we can organize data. In this video, we're going to be going over ways to organize data. So if we go down here to this plus sign, this is how we create a new sheet within our sheet. This is a great way to organize data. You might want to have data on one sheet, and you might want to perform calculations on another sheet so it doesn't get too messy. If we go down to this upside down triangle, some options are going to come up. We can delete this sheet, we can duplicate this sheet, which creates an exact copy. We can copy this sheet to another spreadsheet, which is another file, or a new spreadsheet that we want to create. We can rename this sheet. We can change the color of this sheet. If I change this to orange, and we go to all sheets here, we can color code our sheets to know what sheet is what. And let's say we're dealing with more than 20 sheets. This is a good way to sort through and see what sheet is what. We can move our sheet to the right or left, like that. And creating multiple sheets is just a good way to organize data, and you don't want to get too cluttered. First, we're going to learn about merging cells. This is the merge cells button. If you see, I'm selected on one cell and I can't merge a cell. I need to select at least 2 cells in any direction. If I select these 2 cells here, you can see the option to merge cells appears. So if I merge a cell, these 2 cells will combine into one larger cell. I'm going to go back. I'm going to highlight a 3x3 of cells. And then if I click, I'm going to see some merge options. I can merge horizontally, which only merges horizontally. So it gets rid of the column lines and just creates long cells for me. Now, if I try to merge vertically, I can't, because I need to undo my previous merge before I want to do a different sort of merge. So I'm going to merge vertically, which gets rid of the row lines and creates tall cells for me. And then merge all just gets rid of all the lines to create one large cell. And this is how I created the header for my data table right here, by merging the cells from A1 to D2. So another good way of organizing data is through color coding. So I'm going to highlight this entire table I have here. We're going to go to Format, and we're going to go to Alternating Colors. And some options are going to appear. So we want to apply this to the range A1 to D9, which is what my table consists of, A1 to D9. And we want to check this footer here. And what that does is recognizes this last row as a footer to give us another option for color change in that row. If you notice, if I turn it off, these last 2 rows are the same color. And if I turn it on, it gives us another color at the bottom to differentiate from. So we can choose styles here that Sheets have set up for us, or we can create our own custom colors here, just like that. So after you find one that you like, you can click Done. And now you have a great way to visually organize your data with color. Let's say you're entering data and you've missed a certain row or column of information. Let's say I've missed a row of data between my Los Angeles and San Francisco rows. If I right-click, I can see the option to insert a row here. And what this does is just inserts a row in between Los Angeles and San Francisco, which is where I want it to be. And I can do this with columns as well. If I insert a column here, it's going to create a new column for me in between location and product. I'm going to delete these rows, and I'm going to delete this column. Now we can also insert individual cells. If we go to Insert Cells and Shift Right, it's going to insert a cell and shift my previous data to the right. If I shift down, it's going to insert a cell and shift what was there before down. And this is a good way to insert data that you might have missed without deleting everything. Freezing rows and columns is a useful tool to use when you have a lot of data on your sheet. If I drag this marker 1 down, this freezes whatever is in this row. So if I scroll down, you're going to notice that that information stays at the top, so I can see what's there at all times. And this can be a great way to look at large sets of data at the same time without having to scroll up and down your sheet. And this works with freezing columns as well. Now, if you notice, I'm going to try to freeze this here. It won't let me because this is now one large cell that I've merged. So if I were to move this marker here, it would be freezing half a cell, which isn't allowed. So I would have to move this all the way to the end of that cell. Now if I scroll, I can still see what I've frozen. And we can simply unfreeze these cells by moving it back to their original place. Adding borders to cells is a great way to visually organize your data. I can add borders to one cell or multiple cells. Let's say I want to add a border to this single cell. I'm going to go to border, and you're going to notice I have different options. I can change the color of the border, and I can change what type of border line it is. So I'm going to make it a thick line, and I'm going to change the color to red. And then I'm going to give it a bottom border. Now you're going to notice the bottom border of the cell that I selected has now become a thick red line. I can also add borders to any amount of cells that I want. So let's say I want to change the border of my entire table. I'm going to select all my cells and go to borders. I'm going to clear borders first to get a restart so that there is no red line there anymore. The first option allows me to change every border of every cell in what I've selected. If I click inner borders, this is going to change every border except the outer borders right here on the edge. And you can get really creative with how you use alternating colors and borders to create visually appealing data. So let's say I want to do an inner border. I'm going to change it to this color, and I'm going to make double lines here like that. And let's say I'm going to highlight these two cells. I'm going to go to borders. I'm going to change this to black, and I'm going to do thick lines for bottom borders. So this is a way to indicate totals as if you were summing all these up. So a lot of the time when you have a lot of data, you might want to sort your data, which means putting your data in a different order. So I'm going to select this entire table here. We're going to go to data, and we're presented with some options. So we can sort everything on our sheet by column in alphabetical order or from Z to A. We can also sort a certain range of cells, which is what we've done here. We've selected cell A1 to cell D15. We're going to go to sort range to get some more options. Since we have a header, we're going to click data has header now because we want Sheets to recognize our first row as a header row, and we don't want that to be sorted. Then we're given our headers as options to sort by. As you can see, date, location, product, and amount. So I want to organize my location column alphabetically. So I have that here, A to Z, location. And within that, I can sort the next column, which is product, alphabetically. So if I click sort and I look at my table, locations are sorted alphabetically, and the first location is Chicago. Within that location, the product is also sorted alphabetically, and so are the products within the other locations, such as Los Angeles, New York, and so on. If you want, you can sort each column individually too, but this is usually something that can be very helpful when organizing data. Another way to organize data is through filters. Filters allow you to show certain parts of data based on criteria that you set. So I'm going to have my entire table here selected, and then go to data and select create a filter. So at the top of each of our columns, there's a little upside down triangle. When we click it, we're given a lot of options to filter from. We can sort it alphabetically like we did before. We can sort by color, but none of our cells have colors right now. We could filter by color, which will only show the colors of cells we want it to based off color. And then there's filter by condition, which gives you the exact way you want to filter your information. Let's say I want to filter my dates so that I only see the dates after 9/10/2010. So I click date is after, and then I'm going to input an exact date, 9/10/2010. Now, if I click OK, you can see that only the dates after 9/10/2010 are going to be shown here. And if you see my upside down triangle, you can see that a filter is on right now. I have no filters on these columns, therefore it's just the 3 little lines here. If you look at the left here, you can see the rows went from 1 to 7. That doesn't mean the rows have been deleted, it's just they're hidden. So rows 2 to 6 are still there. So we can undo a filter by going to that filter and undoing what we did. So I have date is after here, I can click none, and if I click OK, that filter has turned off. So let's say I want to add a filter to my location column. And let's say I just want to show Chicago and Los Angeles' data. I'm going to uncheck New York, San Francisco, and Texas. And if I click OK, only Chicago and Los Angeles are now presented to me. So I'm going to turn off these filters. So now that we've talked about filters, we're going to talk about something called filter views. So I have my data table selected here. If I go to data, you're going to see an option for filter views. Filter views are essentially the same thing as filters, except they allow you to save those filters. If I click create new filter view, I can create a filter that I want and then name this filter view. So let's say I'm going to name this filter view filter for New York. And then I create a filter just to see New York's data. And if I click X, that filter will save. And the way I access that is by going to data and going to filter views. And you're going to notice filter for New York is there for me to use. And if I click that, that filter view will appear. And I can change the range of my filter view. If I go to settings, I can rename my filter view and I can create an exact filter view, or I can just delete this filter view entirely. So in this video, we covered a lot of ways to organize and view our data. In the next video, we're going to learn about functions, formulas, and cell references. The first thing we're going to talk about are cell references. The most simple cell reference is when you enter the data of one cell into another cell. And the way you start off a cell reference is with an equal sign. The way you start off any action is with an equal sign. If you don't put an equal sign, Sheets won't know that you're trying to perform an action. So we're going to put an equal sign, and let's say we want to reference A2. We can either click on it or enter A2. So we enter the column, letter, and then the row number. And make sure your letters are capital. It will still read if it's lowercase, but for syntax reasons, most people use capital letters. And if we click enter, you've just completed your first cell reference. Now that we know what a cell reference is, we're going to talk about functions and formulas. Functions allow us to perform mathematical operations using cells as inputs to get new outputs. A simple function we can do is finding the total of all this data. So there are 2 ways we can create a function. We're going to go to this button over here that says functions, and it's going to have all the commonly used ones here: sum, average, count, max, and min. But there's still a multitude of functions that you can find here. So if we want to find the total, we're going to click sum. So I'm going to enter A2 semicolon A7. And what that does is inputs the range of these values from A2 through A7. And the way you do that is with a semicolon. Now, the other way to input your values is by dragging over the cells that you want to input, just like that. So if I click enter, I'm going to get the total sum of all these values. And if I click that cell, you'll be able to see the function here at the top field. Let's say I want to multiply this money by this percentage. So like any function, we're going to start off with an equal sign. And let's say I just type out the number 738 multiplied by 0.73. And I click enter. And I do get the right value. However, if I multiply A2 by B2, I also get the same value. If I change the value of this percent to, let's say, 0.43, you'll notice the formula will use whatever is in that cell, and the value will update because I entered that cell and not just a number. So if I had just kept what I entered, 738 multiplied by the old percentage, this number wouldn't have changed. If we go to the bottom right corner and hover over the box, a plus sign appears. If we drag it down, it will copy the same formula for us. So that saves a lot of time. What we just performed is called a relative cell reference. If we look at the original one, it was A2 multiplied by B2. If we click this, you can see it's A3 multiplied by B3. So the formula has been copied all the way down. Next thing we're going to talk about is a fixed cell reference. So let's say we multiply A2 by our multiplier here, which is H2. We're going to get the value 2435.4. If we try to drag this down to apply this multiplier to all money, we won't get the right values. That's because it thinks that they are relative cell references. If you look here at the formula up top, it's A3 multiplied by H3. So A3 multiplied by H3. But there's no value here, so it just comes out to be a 0. What we want to do is create a fixed cell reference. We don't want these values to be multiplied by H3, H4, H5, and so on. We want them to stay H2. So the way we keep it to be H2, even when we drag it down, is by adding a $sign in front of the 2. Just like this. That $sign changes it into a fixed cell reference. In this case, we don't have to add a $sign in front of the H because we're just dragging down and the column won't change. It will just stay as H. However, we can still add a $sign there because it doesn't change anything. If we were moving left and right and the columns were changing, we would need that $sign. Now, if I drag this down, I will get the corresponding values for A3 multiplied by H2, A4 multiplied by H2, and so on and so forth. So I got the values I was looking for, and that's how you use a fixed cell reference. Another type of reference we're going to learn is how to reference cells from other sheets. So I put my enter sign here, and I want to enter a cell from another sheet. I can just go to my other sheet and click the cell that I want to reference. And if I go back to my original sheet, I click enter, I've referenced that cell. If I want to manually do it, I'm going to click enter and then put a single quote and the exact name of that sheet. So this sheet is named sheet 2, and I'm going to put a single closing quote. Then you're going to put an exclamation mark and the exact cell reference. So this is B7. I'm going to enter B7 and then click enter, and I've referenced that cell. So we're going to go over it again. You're going to put a single quote, the exact name of the sheet, an exclamation point, and then that cell reference or its column and its number. The last type of cell reference we're going to learn is how to reference cells from other files. So we're going to enter our equal sign, and then we're going to look for the function called import range. And what I have here is an explanation of how to enter into this function. So the first thing you're going to want to do is enter double quotes like it says here in the example. And then you're going to copy and paste your URL of the sheet you're trying to use. And the specific URL you're going to use is found here on share and on this get link. You're going to copy this link, go back, and paste your link here. Then you're going to add your closing quotations. Then we're going to put a comma and a space. In this example, it has the name of a sheet, but if the cell that you're referencing is on the first sheet of your sheets file, you won't have to reference a specific sheet. So I'm going to reference H6. So I'm going to reference H6. So we need to add quotes again, put in H6, and then add closing quotes, and then end our parentheses. And if we click enter, so this is going to appear because for the first time you reference another sheet, it's going to ask for access. So if I click allow access, I'm now able to reference a cell from another sheet file. Now that we've covered cell references, we're going to go back to talking about functions and formulas, and more specifically string functions. Let's say I want to find the average of this data here. There's an average function, but for the purposes of learning a string function, we're going to create it ourselves as an example. So we start off every function with an equal sign, and if I want to find the average of this data set, I'm going to want to find the total and then divide that by the count of this data. So I enter sum of this data. I'm going to put a closing parentheses, and then I'm going to do a / to divide. Then I'm going to use the count function, which is the number of numeric values in the data set. And then I'm going to highlight this again, put my closing parentheses. And what you've done here is combine two functions to create a string function. So if I click enter, I just found the average of this data set. So now that we've learned about cell references and functions, in the next video, we're going to be talking about creating and inserting charts. In this video, we're going to be talking about charts. And we're going to be talking about three specific charts: pie charts, bar graphs, and line charts. Now, Sheets offers more options than that, but we're just going to go over those three basic charts. So before you insert a chart, you should already have some data entered. So I have a small table of data here. I'm going to highlight that data. Then I'm going to go to Insert, and I'm going to click Chart. So Sheets sets up a chart for me automatically. We're going to go over a pie chart first. And this is what a pie chart would look like corresponding to your data. If you look at the side section here, we have the setup of our chart and we can customize our chart. So this would be editing the data and the contents of the chart, and this would be changing the visuals and how it looks. In addition, if you click on your chart, you can click on any section of your chart and it will take you to where you can edit that. So if I want to edit this label, it will take me here so I can edit it. If I want to edit this title, it will take me to the title editing area. So we're going to go to chart style as the first option. First thing we can change is our background color. Let's say I want to change it to this. We can also change the font of our text. We can change the border color, which is this outer border over here. We can choose to have no border. We can maximize, which maximizes how big our chart actually is. We could change this into a 3D pie chart. This is just a nice visual. If we go to pie chart, we have some options to edit our pie chart. We can insert something called a donut hole. If I change this to 25%, it adds a donut hole right in the middle for us. And this is just another type of chart that you might want to use for certain sorts of data. Slice label. So you can choose to add labels in the slices of your pie chart. You can add the values that you have here. You can have the percentages. So what Sheets has done is added all your data up and divided it into the percent of the entire data. Or you can put value and percentage. So whatever data you want to display, you can choose that. You can also change the font of that label. You can change the font size. You can bold it and italicize it, as well as change the text color. If we go to Pie Slice, we can choose individual slices. So I have my 3 slice options here, which are dogs, cats, and chickens. If I want to edit my cats slice, I can change its color, and I can choose to separate it from the other slices, like that. This can be a good way to show specific sets of data and separate it from other sets of data. Now you'll notice when I did that, it changed my legend to move to the bottom. So there are no longer labels sticking out from each section. And that's because we've increased the size of our chart by pushing it out, so there's no room for labels. If we go to Chart and Axis Titles, we can change the title of our chart and we can change a subtitle. If we add a subtitle that says values, a subtitle is entered. We can also change the chart title. It previously read the title as available, but you can just change that in later. We can change the title font, the font size, the color, and the bolding, italicizing, and the alignment. So I'm going to move it to the center. And the last option here is to change our legend, which is our information of data right here. We can choose to have no data for our legend. We can put it at the top. We can move it to the bottom. We can put it on the left or right. We can do labeled, like we had originally, or we can do auto, which is what Sheets thinks will be the best option for you. Next, we can choose what font we want. We can choose the font size. We can do bolding and italicizing, and we can change the text color. So those are some of the options that we have when creating a pie chart. If we go back to setup, as you can see, there are different sorts of charts here. If we scroll down to the pie area, we have the donut hole, and we have the regular pie chart. So data range is the range of data that your chart is using from your sheets. So right now it's A1 to B5, as you can see. Sheets is using animals as its labels. So if we check here, animals is the head of this column and its labels are dogs, cats, and chickens. If I've exited out, I can go back to where I previously was by clicking the 3 buttons. And I go back to edit chart. So those are the basics of a pie chart. The next chart we're going to talk about is a bar graph. So I'm going to X this out. I'm going to delete this chart. And now I'm going to add another series of data. I'm going to highlight this data. I'm going to insert a chart. And Sheets automatically creates this sort of stacked bar chart for me because that assumes what I want to use. If we go to chart type, you can see these are the suggested charts. If I go to the bar graph or column chart area, I have this sort of column chart, which just puts them next to each other. I have the stacked column chart, which stacks them on top of each other. A reason you might want to use a stacked column chart over a regular column chart, where they're next to each other, is you might want to see the total of not available and available cats, or in your case, 2 sets of data added up. And the third one is a 100% stacked column chart. And what this does is show your percentage. So it's showing that out of all of my dogs, I have a little over 50% that are available and a little under 50% that are not available. And the column chart and bar graphs work the exact same way, except a column chart has the values going upward and this one has it horizontal. So stacking, we have the option to do a standard stack or like the 100% stack we mentioned before. And if you see series, we have 2 series here. The first series is this set of data. The second series is not available, this second data. We have the option to switch rows and columns. Most people set up their data so that you won't have to switch rows or columns. Right now, you'll notice that I have an extra section here for animals, but there's no data there because my animals is just a label for these 2 sections. So what I can do to get rid of that is go to select data range and change the range of data that I want. I don't want this A1 to be included into my highlighting of my chart. So I'm going to change this to A2. I'm going to click OK. And now animals is gone from my chart. You can see Sheet recognizes row 2 as a header row. If I turn that off, it's going to include animals in my chart again, which I don't want. Sheets also recognizes column A as labels. If you turn that off, nothing will happen because you have no data there. However, people do put their labels in column A. So we're going to go to Customize. Just like pie charts, you have the same options to change background color, font, border color, and reset your layout to go back to what it originally was. You can maximize which fits your entire chart to the edges of your chart. You can make it a 3D chart, which just changes the visuals. And there's something called compare mode, but that doesn't work with this sort of data. You're going to need a different sort of data to use compare mode. We can change the chart title and chart subtitle. Now with this sort of data, we can change the horizontal axis title, which is here, and the vertical axis title, which is animals. So we're going to add a horizontal axis title. We're going to call it percentage. And the vertical axis title we'll keep as animals. And we have the option to change fonts and bold italicizing and text color, just like you would with any chart. So next we have a series. We're going to have 3 options here. Error bars inserts error bars into our chart. So the first sort of error bar we have is a percent value. And you can change that value of percentage to whatever you want. Let's say I change this to 20. You'll notice my error bars increased. I can do a constant error, and I can also do percent error, and I can also do standard deviation. I can also choose to have data labels. And as you notice, my bars now have labels on them. I can choose my value type. Right now, I only have a value because that's the only sort of data I've entered. I can change the position of it, like this. I can change the font size, and all the other options you usually have when dealing with text. And the last option is total data labels. You'll notice at the end, total data labels have been labeled here. Right here is 5, right here is 7, and right here is 5. And just like any font, we can change the font options here. Next thing we have is the legend. Just like a pie chart legend, we have the exact same options, so I won't go over that. We also have options for the horizontal and vertical axis. We can change the font type and options here. We can show an axis line. If I turn that off, it'll look like that. I prefer to have an axis line because it visually looks better. I can also change my minimum and maximum values. So we're going to switch this to a different sort of bar chart to explain that option more. We're going to go back to this bar chart. Now I can explain a minimum and maximum value. Your minimum value is this value right here, and your maximum value is this value right here. So Sheets already has some pre-set up values for you. Let's say I want to keep this at 0, but I want to change my max value to 100. So that would change this to 100, and now all of my data has sort of shrank. And I have something here called scale factor. If I do 0.1, it's going to increase the numbers on the bottom. If I do 1,000, it's going to decrease the numbers on the bottom. So for simple sets of data like this, I wouldn't need a scale factor specifically. If I do log scale, it's going to increase the size between 20 and 40 because that's where most of my data lies. And it's going to decrease as it goes up. I have the option to slant labels. So if I change this to 30 degrees, it will look like that. And this can be useful if you have really long labels that you want to tilt to fit. If we go to vertical axis, we can see we can reverse axis order, which just changes the order of my labels, chickens, cats, and dogs. Just like that. Last thing we can do is add grid lines or ticks. Let's say I want to add ticks on my vertical axis right here. I'm going to click check, and you're going to notice some ticks are going to appear. I can choose where the tick is positioned along this line. I can choose the size of that tick, like that. I can choose the thickness of that line, and I can choose that line color. So we've talked about creating a bar graph and a column chart. The next thing we're going to talk about is a line chart. And for that, we're going to need a different sort of data, or at least a set of data that better corresponds to using a line chart. So now I have some data inputted better suited for a line chart. I'm going to highlight my data, go to Insert, and click Chart. Now if you notice, Sheets already created a line chart for me because I have data that relates to year and progression over time. So Sheets is a really smart application and it will automatically do line chart. And of course, you can change that if you want, but for this explanation, we're going to talk about line charts. So there are different sorts of line charts. There's a normal line chart, what we have right now. We have a smooth line chart, which basically smooths out the lines for us, which can actually change how we visually represent data, and it's not just for aesthetic reasons. And we have something called a combo chart, which will put one series of data into columns and the other one into lines. So we're going to be talking about just a regular line chart. We also have area charts, which are really similar to line charts right here. However, they're not necessary for this sort of data. So really, what data you use corresponds to what best works for that chart. If we go to Customize, we can see we can change the lines to smooth. We can maximize our chart. We can plot something called null values, which will plot values that are 0, but we don't have any. And we have something called compare mode, which doesn't work with this set of data. And just like most other charts, we can change the title, subtitle, the different axes titles as well. If we go to format, we can choose which side the axis is on. So left axis is on the left. If we do right axis, we change that label to be on the right. We can change the line thickness of our actual lines in our chart. If we have points, we can change point sizes. Let's say you want to pinpoint specific data on your lines. This is a great way to visually show that. And we can also change the shapes of our points. I can also change the format of a data point. Let's say I choose cars 2000, which is this data point right here. I can change, let's say, its color. I can change that specific point size to be larger or smaller, and I can change its circle. So there are great ways to really show individual points of data. So we can show different error bars just like we did on our bar graphs. We can do different sorts of errors. We can do data labels just like we did before. And we can do something called a trend line. So the different trend lines we have are linear, exponential, polynomial, logarithmic, power series, and moving average. And depending on which one you use, you can change that color. You can change the opacity of that line, which is how clear we can see it. You might want to blend it in with the background a little more to make certain lines pop out. You can change the thickness of that line, and we can also label that line. We can label it with an equation or something custom. And you notice over here, it's a trend line for trucks. If I click show R squared, since I have a linear trend line, it's going to show the equation for that line up here. I can also create custom labels. Just like the legend of a pie chart and a bar graph, I can change all the options here for that legend. If we go to horizontal axis, which is this axis here, I click treat labels as text. And what that does, you'll notice how my graph has changed. There are no sections for me to edit anymore. As you can see, if I turn this off, you'll notice there's going to be some vertical lines here for me to edit. But treating my labels as text will just treat those labels as text and nothing else, not data that I can actually change. I can reverse axis order, which will just move these numbers and reverse them. And just like bar graphs, we have all the options here to change. Your vertical axis has the same options as your horizontal axis. We can show the axis line like that. And we also have grid lines and ticks. We can choose to turn off our major grid lines like that. We can choose to add minor grid lines in between our major grid lines. We can add major ticks like we did with our bar graph, and we can also add minor ticks. So there are a lot of options that we can use to create the line chart that we want. There's so many more ways to create different charts and more complex graphs that we can't go over in this video because it would simply take too long. But you learned the basics of how to create a chart and some options for you to create visually appealing charts. So in the next video, we're going to go over some collaborative tools as well as how to protect and share your data. In this video, we're going to learn about all the collaborative tools Google Sheets and Drive provides for us, as well as learn how to protect some of our data and our sheets. Before we can collaborate with other people, we have to share our sheet. So there are two ways we can do that. We can use the share button here, or we can go to File and Share. So we're going to click Share, And we're given the option to either add people or groups. You just enter that person's Google account or Gmail account and click on that account. Once you do, you are given some options. You can make that person a viewer, which means when they get the link to open your sheet, they can only view your sheet and do nothing else. They have no editing power at all. If they're a commenter, they can view it and add comments, which we'll go into later. Comments do not change anything on the sheet. They're just notes for the owner and others to see. Last is editor. Editors can do anything you can do on your own sheet. Once you choose what sort of collaborator they are, you can choose to notify them through Gmail when you share it and add a message as well. If I turn this off, they won't get a notification that they've been sent this sheet, but they will still get it. You are also provided with two options. Right now, editors can change permission and share this sheet with other people. Also, viewers and commenters can see the option to download, print, and copy. And as the owner, you have the option to turn these options off or on. The second way we can share something is with a link. If we go to Get Link over here, how this works is you copy this link and whoever has access to that link is able to either view, comment, or edit based on your choosing. And if we see here, right now it's restricted. So only people added to this document can open with this link. If we turn this off, that means anyone with this link can open it. You won't have to add that person at all. So a great tool for collaborating is using comments. Comments are notes that allow both a commenter or editor to talk and respond to each other in. So you're going to notice some cells have a little yellow triangle at the top right corner. And those are cells that have inserted comments in. If I click on a cell and I go to this plus button here, I can insert a comment. I can type any note pertaining to that cell and I can click comment. I can click on this comment and I can reply to my own comment or reply to other people's comments. So let's say I want to add something to this comment. I respond OK. And now you can see you can start a comment thread. And we're given some options here. You can edit a comment that you've already made. You can delete this comment, or you can link something to this comment. If I go to this check here, that resolves that comment. The difference between resolving and deleting a comment is something called the comment history. If I resolve a comment, I can still see that comment in my comment history. But if I delete a comment, it won't show up in my history. And you might want to still see old comments just in case you've missed information or want to see who did what on a comment. The last collaborative feature is the chat feature. If we go over here next to that person's name, you can click Show Chat. This chat feature works the same as any other chat feature. You can just type in and the person will respond, and this chat can hold as many people as the doc holds. And you may find this to be a very helpful tool when multiple people are working on the sheet at the same time. Last thing we're going to talk about is protecting our data. So protecting our data means we can restrict what other people see. So we can choose to restrict just a single cell, any multiple number of cells, so a range of cells, or entire sheets. So let's say I want to protect this column of data. We're going to go to Data, and we're going to go to Protected Sheets and Ranges. The other way we can do this is right-clicking on what we've highlighted and scrolling down to click Protect Range. and it brings this little sidebar at the side. So enter a description. This is naming our protected range. So we're going to name this Don't Look Column D. And you can see here the selected range, which is just column D. If we set permissions, we have some options here. So we have the option to just show a warning to someone who's trying to edit. So that doesn't restrict them from editing, but it will give them a warning before they start editing that selected range. The second option is to restrict who can edit this range. So we can set it to only you, or we can click custom to choose who sees what. So right now I've shared it to this second account. I can choose to turn this off, so now this person cannot edit. If I click done, I've created a protected range. So if this person tries to edit this range, they won't be able to because I protected it. And you can add protected sheets and ranges by clicking add a sheet or range. If you have multiple sheets and want to protect an entire sheet, you can do that as well. And you can choose to accept certain cells. Let's say I allow them to edit only these range of cells. I'm going to click OK, set permissions, and now I've set another protected sheet. So protecting sheets and ranges are really important if you want certain people to see data and other people not to see it. So all these features make Google Sheets a great way to collaborate with other people. And in the next video, we're going to go over final tools you can use to finish your sheet. In this video, we're going to cover all the final tools you need to finish up a sheet. So we're going to talk about printing, downloading, and uploading a sheet. So we're going to go to the file. And we have a lot of options here. If we go to new, we can create something new from your sheet. We can open a file. We can import a file from somewhere else on your drive. We can make a copy of this sheet, the entire file sheet that is. We can download this sheet in different formats. So the two most popular formats are Microsoft Excel and PDF. Now you can download as any of these formats for what's required of you. But Excel and PDF are two really popular formats to download in. So some other options here are emailing this sheet as an attachment to someone else. You can check the version history of your sheet. And some of these options here we've gone over in some Drive videos. So the same things that we've learned in Drive apply right here to Sheets. And what we're going to look at is print. So right now, this is the layout of how it would look on a piece of paper if we were to print it right now. But there are some options that we can change. If we go to print, it says current sheet. So we're printing whatever is on this sheet. However, you see an option for selected cells. So if I go back, let's say I select these cells and I go back to print. Now you can see my selected cells are A1 through D25. So I can choose a range of cells to print. It doesn't have to be an entire sheet. The second option is paper size. So we have different options of paper size to print from because you might want to print on different sized paper. So if you have tabloid paper, you would choose this option. However, most people do use letter-sized paper, which is standard, 8.5 by 11. We can change our page orientation. This is landscape right now, so that the paper is longer than it is tall. We can change it to portrait. This is how you would typically see a Google document formatted. so it's taller than it is wide. But most sheets are printed on the landscape format. We can choose the scale, so we can choose to fit to width. That doesn't change anything because it's already fit to width. We can fit to height, which puts all of our data on one page because we're fitting it to the height. And if we fit to page, that does the same thing because we're fitting everything on one page. So if you had a lot of columns and it was a really wide set of data, you might be using fit to width to fit everything in here. So you can just do normal 100%, which is what you see here. It's going to try to find a good size to fit on your page so that the data isn't too small or too big. And fit to page just puts everything that you want to print on one single page. And if you're dealing with a lot of data, this might not be the best option for you. Margins allow us to change the margins around here. Right now it's normal. If I change it to wide, it's going to increase the margins. I have some formatting options here. I can choose to turn off the grid lines like that so that there's no lines. I can also turn off notes. However, there are no notes on my sheet right now. I can also change alignment. So alignment, just like you would on a text, works the same way. You can change horizontal alignment and you can change vertical alignment. And you have some header and footer options here if you choose to insert them. So there are a lot of options for you to print the way you want to. And whenever you're done, you're going to click next. And then the usual printing settings are going to come up. So we've gone over this in the docs video. So it's the exact same thing you see when you're printing a document. And when you're ready, you can just click print and you're ready to go. So the next thing we're going to talk about is how to upload an existing sheet from another file on your computer. And this is really important because we want to be able to convert, let's say, a Microsoft Excel sheet to a Google Sheet so that we can edit it on our Sheets application. If we don't convert it, we won't be able to edit it on our Sheets application. So we're going to go to Settings, click Settings, and you're going to see something called Convert Uploads. You're going to want to turn this on. Convert uploaded files to Google Docs editor format. If we turn this off, we won't be able to edit anything on our Sheets application. So if we have this turned on and we click Done, so I'm going to upload a Sheets file as an example. This here is a Microsoft Excel formatted sheet. As you can see, it ends in a period XISX. So if I click Open, a bar down here is going to appear, and as you can see, it's really quick to upload a file. If I click on it, and now I can edit it just like I would a Sheets. So now you've learned all the basics and tools you need to learn to start using a Google spreadsheet. In the next section of this course, you're going to be taking a quiz to go over some of the stuff that you've learned in this section.
To close off our course on Google Drive, we will be talking about Google Forms. Google Forms is a tool that allows you to make and distribute surveys and quizzes with ease. I've made so many forms before, and I would love to show you guys, but unfortunately, they are all under my school Google Drive account, and since that was under an educational domain, it was deactivated once I graduated. But I've made forms that ranged from meeting signups to club applications to event RSVPs. I've also made a couple quizzes back during my summer tutoring days. Now, these are just a few examples of what you can do on Google Forms. It is really easy to customize and distribute your questionnaires and surveys with the many functions that Forms offers. Once you have received your responses, Forms also automatically summarizes them into graphs to make analyzing it super easy. I don't really know of any other program that does this, but either way, Google Forms is the only tool you need when it comes to forms. So watch on to learn how to create your own questionnaires. We are back on our Google Drive interface because in this video, we will be going over how to set up a Google Forms. So go over to New and go down to More. Now a bunch of new apps will pop up, and this is where they hid Google Forms. Now if we hover above this arrow, we will get two options: a blank form or from a template. If we choose from a template, this will open up a template gallery in a new Windows. Here you can see there are a bunch of templates such as contact information, RSVP, event registration, order form, as well as exit tickets and assessments. All of these are fully customizable, so you can go ahead and open any one of these and add your changes to it. However, if you're like me and you like to start from scratch, go ahead and exit out of this window, go back to New, More, and this time just click on Google Forms. This will open up a blank Forms in a new window. First things first, we have to add a title so people know what the form is about. I would go ahead and add in contact information. Next, you can add a description. This is a place where you can leave a note or write down details and information. Since I am doing a form on contact information, I can simply write, "Please fill out this form. We will contact you soon." If you are doing an RSVP for an event, you can add in the date and the time of the event, as well as if there is any information a person would need to know about the event. Such as if this was a themed event, you can write, "Please show up in your Harry Potter costumes," or whatever. If this was an assignment, your description can be your deadline and your due date. So, for example, you can write, "Please submit this biology assignment by tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Or you can just simply leave the description blank. Before we exit out, we actually have to name our form, because right now it's just untitled form, and that will make it really difficult to find in our Google Drive later on. So if you just go ahead and click on it, Google Forms will automatically name your form the same title that you gave it. If you don't like it, you can just go ahead and change it, but I'm fine with it, so I will leave it alone. And this is how simple setting up a Google Forms can be. In this video, we will be going over all things question related. This first section will cover how to add questions, as well as go over the different options that questions offers, such as response validation and description. The later segment will go over the different question types that Google Form has, as well as teach you how to differentiate between them. When you first open up a blank Google Forms, you should already have a question ready. So just go ahead and click on the question box and type in whatever you want. Since I am making a form on contact information, my first question will be name. You might have noticed that Google Forms automatically switched the question type from multiple choice to short answer. This is because Google Forms is really good at differentiating what kind of question you are asking based on what you just input for your question. Since I wrote name, Google Form realizes that multiple choice will not be a good question type, and they switched it over to short answer. So, next up is images. You can also add an image to your question simply by hovering between the question and the question type box, and you will see this little image icon. If you click on that, you can insert your image either by uploading from your computer, taking a picture from your camera, getting a picture from its URL, inserting a photo from either Google Photos or your Google Drive, or simply getting a picture off of Google Image. Since I am just asking for one's name, I don't think an image will be appropriate here, so I will just exit out. And let's go and explore the options on the bottom now. This very first one is the duplicate icon. If you click on this, this will duplicate the question that you were just on. Next up is this trash can icon. If you click on it, it will delete whatever question you are on. Now we have the required box. Right now, if this was your quiz, since I did not click on this required box, it is optional for you to include this question or not. So that means the user can submit this form without answering this question. However, if I was to turn on required simply by clicking on it, this will make it so you cannot submit the form without answering this question. You know a question is required when there is a red asterisk right next to the question. Next up, let's go to these ellipses. If you click on it, you can see that we have two options: description and response validation. Let's first go over description. If you click on description, we can add a note to the user. So, since I am asking for one's name, in the description, I can write down exactly what I'm looking for. So I can write, please input given name. Some people tend to put down their nickname or what they prefer to be called by. But by adding this description, it tells them to input their given name instead. Something else you can write is write last name, first name, to let them know that is how the user should write down and answer that question. Now that we are content with this and want to add a second question, come over to the side to where you see this plus symbol inside a circle. This is the add question icon. So if you click on that, a new question box will appear. So simply add in your second question. Mine would be email. Alright, Google Forms once again automatically changes the question type from multiple choice to short answer. Now you might notice this suggestion button here that says enable email collection setting. This means that Google Forms will collect and record the email that the user used to fill out this form. However, many people have more than one email, so I won't turn this on because I want them to choose which email they want to put down. But I will go ahead and make this a required question and go down to these three dots and this time I will click on response validation. Response validation is sort of a rule for the answer. What this means is that since I am asking for one's email, the rule for this question is that every answer must have an @ symbol, because that is something that every email contains. So to make sure that they are adding their email address, I can go ahead, click on this down key, and click regular expression. Then you can say that must contain a certain pattern. So my pattern would be the @ symbol. So this means if you try to submit this question without including an answer that has an @ symbol, an error message will pop up. Google Forms also lets you input your custom error text. So I will go ahead and write is not a valid email address. Please include @ symbol. Please include @ in your response. Alright, so this means if one tries to answer this question without having this @ symbol in their answer, they will get this error notification that says is not a valid email address. Please include @ in your response. Another example that you can use response validation for is when it comes to the length of a text. So let's say you were writing a question, and to ensure that the users actually write something, you can set a data validation length to make sure that it is at least 25 characters. And then your error text can be must contain at least 25 characters. And there are a bunch of other options for you to consider and look into when you are forming questions for your form. And this concludes the end of this first question segment. Now that we know how to add questions, in this next segment, we will be going over the different question types that Google Form offers. So for this, I actually made my own form where I included every single question type. This way, you can see what each question type entails. So, as the description reads, this form will show you the different types of questions that are available on Google Forms. And first up, we have the short answer type. So this is a text type question where you only get a one-line text box. And we use this normally for names and emails, as we saw in our contact information. So this is used for short responses. However, if you have a lot to write, you will go on to the second type of text type question, which is a paragraph. This is where you get multiple lines to write a response. And unlike the short answer, you can see that this line extends all the way to the end, while the short answer only extends halfway. And for these types of questions, you can write an essay if you want. You can just keep on going and just keep on writing. Next up, we have multiple choice. This is the type of question where the user can only choose one of the choices. So I can either choose small, medium, large, or other. I can't choose more than one. And this others option is where the user can actually write in a choice that is missing from your list of options. So let's say, for example, I was an extra large in t-shirt size. And since I can't find an option like that, I can just simply click on other and write in my size. So there we go. Next up, we have checkbox. This is where the user can choose as many of the choices as they wish. So it could be none, it could be 1, it could be 3, anything you want. It could even be all. And the user knows that they can choose more than one choice if they see these boxes instead of circles. If it is a circle, that means it is multiple choice, where they only get one choice. But if it is boxes, they can choose as many as they wish. Checkboxes also have an option button or an others button for you to write in a choice. However, I didn't add it for that one, but that's something that you should know, just in case you want to add an options button when you're making a checklist. Next up, we have this drop down. Whenever you see a box that says choose, you can click on the down arrow and it will give you a drop down of choices for you to choose from. So let's just say humanities. So for drop down, the user will be provided a list where they can only choose one option. But unlike multiple choice, there is not an others option for them to write in an answer. And this type of question is extremely helpful when there are a lot of answer choices, such as what state are you from? Next up, we have the files upload question. This is where you can add files. And if you go back to the top, that files upload question is the whole reason we have this little blurb here that says the name and photo associated with your Google account will be recorded when you upload files and submit this form. So if you look at this email and realize it is not the account that you want your form to be associated with, or that it is not the account where your file is located, go ahead and click switch account. Because when you click add file, now you can either upload from your computer or from your drive. And this will be the drive that is associated with the account that you saw up in the description. And something else you can also do with this file upload is allow specific file types. So for this specific question, I chose to only allow PDFs, which is why only my PDFs are showing up. However, you can make it so there is no specific file requirement. That way you can accept anything, PDFs, documents, spreadsheets, whatever you want. So let's go ahead and just say I want to select and submit my problem set 1, and you can see it right here. You also get to choose the maximum number of files as well as the maximum file size that you want the user to submit. Next up, we have linear scale. This represents rank, agreeance or disagreeance, and something of that sort. So you get to choose from either a scale of 0 to 10, as you can choose, I chose 1 to 5, and you get to choose what you want each number to represent. So here I have 1 representing not likely, and 5 representing very likely. And 2, 3, and 4 are scales in between these two options. So how likely are you to attend the event? If I say 4, that means I'm likely to attend the event. Next up, we have multiple choice grid. So this is exactly what the name implies. This is a multiple choice question on a grid where the statement or the question is in rows while the answer choices are in columns. Since this is multiple choice, that means you only get one answer per row. So I can say I am a Google Drive expert, and I am proficient in HTML and as well as Photoshop. However, I can't say that I am both proficient in Photoshop as well as I have no experience. It's either one or the other. Another great example that you can use a multiple choice grid with is when you're asking for whether you agree, whether you strongly agree, neutral, and etc. And you can list what you want them to rank right here. Next up, we have the checkbox grid. So just like the multiple choice grid, this is just checkbox on a grid. And remember, for checkboxes, since they are square, you know that you can choose more than just one choice per row. So this is great if you are an employer and you want to send out a form to ask when your employees are available to work. So let's say Monday I'm available to work morning shift, 10 to noon, noon to 2, and 4 to 6. Tuesday I'm only able to work these 2 shifts. Wednesday I can't work any. Let's say Thursday I can work these 3. And Friday I'm busy again. So checkboxes is where you can check more than one answer choice. Next up, we have the date. This is where you can either write in a date using your keyboard, or you can click on this little calendar icon, which will give you a calendar pop-up for you to choose a date from, like that. So let's just randomly save this. Now, the last type of question type is the time type. And there are 2 time types. The first one is time. So what time do you get off work, for example? I can input a time. So let's say 10:30. And then we can choose whether it is AM or PM by clicking on the drop down. And the second one is the duration type, which you can input how long something was in terms of hours, minutes, and seconds. So let's say 0 hours, 24 minutes, and 37 seconds. And this concludes the different question types that Google Form offers. And it should be enough to cover anything and any question that you want to include in your form. And that was our segment on all things questions. In this video, we will be going over sections. So I went ahead and made a new form called Udemy Information. And here we ask for your name, your email, whether or not you use Udemy, what your favorite course is, what's the most interesting course, as well as if you have any comments or questions. Now, I don't like how the form is currently structured, so I want to add sections to help break it up. My first section will be more personal information, so that would be name and email. My second one would be an overview, which will be this question. My third section would be Udemy specific, so your favorite course, as well as the most interesting course. And my last section would be a notes section. Something else that sections can be really useful for is if you want to show certain questions based on one's answers. What this means is that depending on your answer choices to a question, your next question would be different and tailored towards those answer choices. So if I have this question here that says, do you use Udemy? If one clicks yes, I would want them to answer these next 2 questions, which is what is your favorite course and what is the most interesting course. If they choose no, then obviously they don't have the experience that is necessary to answer these next two questions. So I would want them to skip these Udemy specific questions and go straight to this comments or questions. To do this, we will have to add sections. So go ahead and click on your question and go over to the bottom of the sidebar. Here you will see two rectangles. This is the Add Section icon. When you click on this, you will now get two sections. As you can see, our first section is already labeled with the title of our form, and we want to keep it this way, even though it is under the first section. This is because whatever you have named here will eventually be what you see on the tab when you publish your form. So even though our first section will be only pertaining to personal information with name and email, we don't want to write personal information here. We want to keep it with the title of what you want your entire form to be. Since I want this to be personal information, I will have to move email up to the first section. To do that, we will hover above the question that we want to move and wait so the cursor is no longer a regular mouse. It is now a cross with arrows at the end. Once you get that, you can just drag and hold to move it to where you want it to be. And it is as simple as that. Now that we know how to add and edit a section, let's quickly add the rest of the sections. So the second one will be an overview. This third one will be called Udemy specific. And this last section will be notes. You might notice that you can add a description for each of these sections. However, it's optional, so I will just leave it alone. Now that we have our added sections, let's arrange it so it shows the questions based on answers. For this, I will go over to my overview. Click on my question and go down to these ellipses. Here, I will choose Go to section based on answer. Now you will have a drop-down to choose where you want that corresponding answer choice to lead to. So we have, do you use Udemy? And our first choice is yes. I will stick with continue to next section because our next section is the Udemy specific section, which is what I want the user to answer if they do choose yes. I also want them to continue over to this notes section once they finish answering this Udemy specific section. If you don't and you want your form to lead somewhere else after, you can simply come down here where it says after section 3, and this is another drop down where you get to choose what section this section will lead to. However, I want them to answer this comments and questions question, so I will leave it as is. Now, we have to talk about the no option. If they don't use Udemy, I want them to skip section 3 and go straight to section 4. So I will go to the drop down and choose Go to section 4. Now when they choose no, it will skip Udemy specific and take them to this question. Something else that you might have noticed is that you have an option to just submit the form. So if you choose this option, that means the form would end and be submitted for the user that chose this corresponding answer. And I see this used a lot if there is a minimum requirement that is not met. So, for example, if you were signing up to participate in a research study and they ask, are you at least 18? If you say yes, you would continue on with the form, but if you click no, Google Forms would automatically submit your form and restrict you from completing the rest of the form because you do not meet the age requirement. But that's not what we want to do here. We just want to go on to section 4. Alright, so this is how you add sections. I have a preview open, so let's see what this leads to. This is what you get when you first open it. You have your name and your email. Once you write that in, you can click Next, and it will take you to the overview section where it asks, do you use Udemy? If we click Yes and click Next, it will ask us these Udemy specific questions. So your favorite course and the most interesting course. If you click Next, this will then bring us to our last section where they ask for comments or questions, and then you can hit Submit. Let's backtrack, and let's say this time for our overview question, I chose no. When you click Next, it will skip over the Udemy specific questions and bring you straight to this notes section. And that was how simple adding sections can be. Today, we are going to talk about a more fun side of Google Forms, and that means themes, colors, and fonts. So here I have a bake sale pre-order form that I just quickly made. In the description, we have the date, time, and location. We have the name, email, so we can contact. I have a checkbox for what they would like to purchase. I have a multiple choice for payment option, as well as a baked goods suggestion. Now, you can send off this form just like this. However, I think this is a little too bland for my taste, since it's just like a drab, basic, default purple color. So let's add some color by going over to this art palette icon and clicking on it. This is how you can add a theme. So, first things first, let's choose a header. A header is an image that will go at the very top of your form, so somewhere about right here. And to do that, we will click Choose Image, and you can either choose an image from one of the many that Google Form offers, or you can upload one, or you can choose one from Google Photos. So if I were to upload one, I will click Browse and look for the picture that I want. Open, wait for it to load. Loading. Alright. So now we have our image. But as you can see, we have this little rectangular box that they want us to crop the image with. This is because Google Form headers only support up to the dimension of 1600 times 400. Since my photo is bigger than that, I would have to crop it. So that's why I rarely ever upload my own photos. I always use one of the themes that Google Form offers. And as you can see, they offer a whole lot of themes, and a lot of them are also really nice. And since I am doing a bake sale pre-order form, I will go down to food and dining and choose one from here. Let me go with this one. So click on the one that you want and click Insert. And here we have our new header. Okay, so that was just step 1. Step 2 is choosing our theme color. So theme colors are colors that are associated with the image that you just uploaded. So here we have pink for this pink background. We have orange from these bread and this carrot cake, I suppose. We have brown from this tray and so on. So just choose the theme that you like. I like this color the most, so I would choose pink. Now the theme color changes the color of your fill for your checkboxes and your multiple choice. It also changes the color of your section header fill color, as well as the next and the submit button. Next up, we have the background color. So the background color are colors that are based off of the theme color that you chose. So if I chose this orange color, as you can see, my background colors automatically change. And this background color dictates the color that is on the side of your form. And it gets darker and darker with each choice option. So we have medium and dark, as well as gray. I like medium the most, so we will go with that. Once we are done, you also get to choose the font style that you want. So go down and click on the drop-down option, and Google Form offers 4 styles. We have the basic style, a decorative style, so this is a more wedding-esque kind of look. We also have a more formal style, where the font is now Times New Roman, and we have a more playful style. So I actually like this playful style because I'm doing a bake sale pre-order, so I don't want it to be too serious. And since I am content with how it looks now, I can go ahead and simply exit out of this theme option sidebar, because since Google Forms is a Google Drive app, everything automatically saves. So let's go ahead and look at a preview of what our form looks like. Let's zoom up a little, and here we have our really pretty header and our theme color and our background color. So, like I mentioned before, the theme color will be the color of your fill-ins for your checkboxes and your multiple choice. So here you can see that's our pink, and our pink is shown here as well as in our submit button. There are so many things that you can do with the themes and the colors and the font options that Google Form offers. So just go ahead and play around with it and see what matches your form the most. In this video, we will talk about how to transform your regular and ordinary form into a quiz. Here I have a chemistry quiz that I quickly made using a paragraph question, a multiple choice question, a short response question, and a checkbox question. I also went ahead and added this science-y looking header and changed the theme into this muted green color using what we learned in the previous video to make it look a little nicer. Now, to actually change this form into a quiz, go over to the settings icon and to the quiz tab. Now click on the switch to make it into a quiz. Here we have a couple of quiz options to choose from, such as immediate grade release or release after manual review. If your quiz has any long response or paragraph type question, you must choose manual review. This is because otherwise Google Forms will automatically mark the answer as wrong, since they don't have a way of determining whether or not the responses are correct. But since this isn't a real quiz that will be released, I will just keep it as immediately after each submission. We can also choose whether the quiz takers can see the questions they answered incorrectly, the correct answers, as well as how many points they got. Something else we can do is set the quiz so that the questions are randomized for everyone. To do this, go to the Presentation tab and check Shuffle Question Order. Now that we are content with our settings, let's hit Save. And our form is now officially a quiz. Alright, so let's dive into the questions portion now. First up, we have the paragraph type. Once again, if you have a paragraph type, Google Forms does not have the ability to help you grade it. So you will have to go in and individually read and grade all the answers. But let's go ahead and assign some points by going over to Answer Key and typing in how many points we want. Since this is asking for us to explain, I will set this at 10 points. Something else we can do is add answer feedback. So go to Add Answer Feedback, and now we have the option to either add a text, a link, or a video. An example of a text feedback would be something like Review Chapter 13. But if you were to choose either a link or a video, Google Forms will embed that website or YouTube video for the students to review after they have submitted the quiz. Alright, let's click Done and move on. Next up, we have multiple choice. In this question, we are given 4 pairings and asked to see which one yields no reaction. Let's go ahead and click Answer Key to input our points, which I will say 5. And we can also choose which answer is correct now. This tests solubility rules, and the correct answer is the first pairing. So I will go ahead and click that. This green highlight and check means that Google Form has now registered this answer choice as the correct one. Once again, we can add answered feedback, where we can write different things for incorrect and correct answers. But let's move on and click Done and talk a little bit about question choice shuffling. We already shuffled the question order, but we can also scramble the answer choice orders. To do this, go over to the ellipse right next to the required switch and click on Shuffle Option Order. This will randomize the answer choices for this question. Alright, so let's move on to our short answer question. This question asks us to name a molecular geometry or shape that is associated with the tetrahedral geometry. So let's go to answer key and input our points. Let's say 5 and add in our correct answers. First up, we have tetrahedral. And since this question actually has 3 correct answers, we will go to add correct answer and write in our second one, which is trigonal pyramidal. And repeat again with bent. Now, Google Forms will mark any of these answers as correct, but it will only mark it as correct if it was written exactly like how you just input it. So be careful of that. You can either go and re-add all these answer choices with the first letter capitalized, or you could remind your quiz takers to write in all lowercase. So let's go ahead and click Mark All Other Answers Incorrect and click Done. Last but not least, we have checkbox. So let's go to answer key, input our point system, and check off the correct answers. So for this question, the statements that say sp3d hybridization, square planar shape, and oxidation at the anode all hold true. And once again, we know that Google Forms has registered these 3 as correct because they are highlighted in green and have this check to the right. In order to get this question correct, the quiz taker must have all 3 of these answer choices marked. So let's click Done. And since this question also has choice options, we can once again choose to scramble them. Go to the ellipse and click on Shuffle Option Order. And this completes our quiz. So let's actually go up here to where I have a preview. As you can see, the questions as well as the answer choices are scrambled. So let's quickly answer this. Let's answer this and submit our quiz. Since I chose for it to release grades immediately, we can see our score right away. Here is a couple of things. Since we set our quiz settings to show correct answers, we are now able to see the correct answers at the bottom of our question. And once again, for our paragraph choice question, Google Form automatically marks all response as wrong. So remember that if you have a paragraph type question, set your grade release to later, not immediate. And for short answer, while our answer choice was technically correct, since it didn't match exactly as one of the 3 that we have listed down here, Google Forms has marked it as wrong. So remember to include all possible forms of the correct answer. But as you can see, Google Forms is really helpful and handy when it comes to quizzes because they help with grading and feedback. So go ahead and take advantage of it. In this video, we will be going over the different settings of Google Forms. To demonstrate, I have once again designed another form. This time it is a movie night planning / interest form. And in it, I have included this multiple choice grid where it asks the users to rank some movie choices. I actually love and highly recommend all these movies, so if you haven't seen these, feel free to go ahead and add them to your watch list. Next up, we have these 2 checkbox questions that asks for snack and drink options. And at the very top, I included this vibrant red buttery popcorn header, as well as changed the theme into the same red. Now that we understand the form, let's go ahead and dive into the settings option. So navigate to the settings icon right here. And first up, we have the General tab, where it asks to collect email addresses. If we check this box, it opens up the option to send the responders a copy of their response. If we hit save, we can see that Google Forms has automatically added this new required email question to our movie night form. Alright, so let's go back to settings, and I will actually uncheck that. But something else that we can do is limit this to 1 response. This will make you sign in before you take the form to make sure that you only fill it out once. We can also choose whether we want the respondents to be able to edit their form after submitting it, as well as if they can see the summary charts and text response. What this latter one means is that they will be able to see a summary of how everyone else answered. Next up, let's move to the Presentation tab. So here we can choose to add a progress bar. A progress bar lets you see how much of the form you have answered and how much more you have yet to go through. But this option is only useful if you have sections. If your form does not have any sections, like this movie form, Google Forms will just say that you are at page 1 of 1. So it's not necessary or helpful in this case. But I will highly recommend that you check this box off if your form has many sections. Next up, we have the shuffle question order, which is something that we went over in the quiz video. But by checking this option, it will just scramble the order of the questions for you, and each person's orders will be different. If you check this third option, it will add a link that says submit another response to the submission page. That link will open up a new blank version of the same form, so none of your previous answers will be there. The last thing on this Presentation tab is this confirmation message. Every time you submit a Google form, there is a default confirmation message that says your response has been recorded. But Google Forms lets you write a custom message that the respondents can see after submitting the form. And you can tailor this message to whatever your form is about. Since our form is like a movie night planning kind of form, I can go ahead and write movie choice will be announced next Friday. And we can finish it off by saying, keep your calendar open the night of X. Alright. Okay. Now, Now this is going to be the message that people see when they submit the form. Next up, and the last tab, is this quiz tab. This does not apply to our current form, but here is where you'll go if you want to change your ordinary form into a quiz. So to learn more about this quiz option, just go ahead and review our quiz video. Now, to make sure that our settings are applied, go ahead and click Save. And let's go ahead and take a look at a preview of our movie night planning form. So I will go on and answer all these questions. Fill this out. Once again, highly recommend all these movies, so go ahead and watch them if you have yet to. I will randomly fill out these drink and snack options and click Submit. And here is our little custom message. And as you can see, we have two links at the very bottom. One that says edit your response and another that says submit another response. And this is because I checked those boxes off in our form setting. But if you did not do so, these two links will not appear in your submission confirmation page. But as you can see, Google Forms is really easy to customize and to learn how to use. So go ahead and make your form, whether it is a movie night planning form, a t-shirt order form, or just whatever you plan on doing. Now that we know how to make all types of forms, let's learn how to send it out to our audiences. Before we do that, we first need to preview it to make sure that our form looks exactly the way we want it to. To preview, find the eye icon, which is in between the themes and the settings option. Once you click on this, Google Forms will bring you to a new window where it will show you what the final view of your form looks like. So this is mine. And remember that you should always check the preview to make sure that everything is perfect before you send it out. If you realize that something is off or wrong, you can edit the form by going to the lower right of the screen to where you see this pen icon. And it will bring you back to editing mode. Once you are sure that everything is perfect and is ready to be sent out, go ahead and click on this big purple send button. At the very top, it will once again ask if you want to collect email addresses, but next up is the sending options. First up, we have email. So you can go ahead and type in the addresses of the people you want to send your form to. So I will go ahead, put mine in, and you can write a subject line, which Google Forms will automatically fill with whatever the title of your form is, as well as write a custom message. Now, you can also choose whether or not you want to check this box, which will let you include the form in the email. So I can go ahead and click send. Okay, so I actually have Gmail open, so I can show you what the emails will look like. So let's go over to Gmail, and down here, this first one is what the email looks like if you did not check the include form and email button. So instead, you will have to click on this button that says fill out form, which then Google Forms will open up the form in a new window for you to fill out. If you did check the box, you will have this option. where your form would be already embedded into the email and you can take it without opening another tab. Or you can still choose to if you have trouble viewing or submitting the form in your email. But as you can see, it looks a little bit wonky compared to how it looked in Google Forms. So now that we know the difference between the emails options, let's go on to the second method, which is via link. So you can go ahead and copy this link or shorten the URL and then copy that link and then paste it or post it wherever you want it. And both links, the long and the short version, will bring you to the same form. Next up, we have embedded HTML. So once again, copy the code and paste it onto your website so that way the form will be embedded onto your website. Google Form also offers posting this form as either a Facebook post or a tweet on Twitter. Something else that we can do with the send button is add collaborators or share this form with someone else. So we've already seen this quite a lot before, and you should probably already know how to use it, but a quick recap is that you can either type in the emails of the people you want to share this form with, or get a link so anyone with the link can access it, and then from there you can choose whether you want them to be a viewer, a commenter, or an editor. And this will conclude our video on previews, sending, and sharing. To end off our section on Google Forms, we will be talking about how to view and interpret your form responses. Because there really is no point of sending out a form or a survey if you're not going to get any responses or feedback on it. So once you have sent out your form, as demonstrated in the previous video, you will start to get notifications in our response tab. This number to the right of it is how many form submissions you have received. If you go ahead and click on the tab, you can see that Google Forms will now show you a summary of the answers to the questions in terms of graphs and charts. So for this first one, where it asks for one's name, it just gives you a list of the names of the people who responded. Next up, we have our movie choice question, which Google Form has organized into a side-by-side bar graph. Here we can see the specific breakdowns for each movie, and if you hover your cursor above the bars, it will show you how many votes that specific choice received. This way, for our movie night, we can show the movie with the most popular votes and possibly host a second movie night showing the second most popular one. Now let's move on to snacks and drinks. For our snack and drink question, Google Forms broke it down into a bar graph where we can see the number of votes each option received, as well as what percentage of the survey takers voted for each option. This way, we can be sure to stock up on all the popular options. And for these questions, I also included an add others choice, where the respondents can add in whatever they liked that was not included in one of the given choices. So an example would be Gatorade. This was not one of the options that was on the form, but since someone suggested it, it is now a contender on our chart. Now, this is just the summary. Google Forms also lets us choose to break down the responses in terms of question and individuals. So for questions, we can actually go through the questions to look at the results for each specific question. And if you choose to sort through individuals, you can actually go through each individual response that was submitted to see at how each person answered. We can also open this data up into Google Sheets because once again, since both Google Forms and Google Sheets are integrated apps within Google Drive, they are compatible together. So to do this, go up to the Google Sheets icon, which is this green box with a white cross on it. And click on it. We can name our spreadsheet, which will automatically have the default name of our form title with parentheses response, and click on Create. Now it will open up a Google Sheets where all the responses are sorted according to questions. And here you can notice that on our very first column, it will show a timestamp. So this includes the date and the time that the form was submitted. So if you don't like Google Forms summary layout, you can review your form responses this way. Okay, so let's exit out. And let's quickly talk about this little switch here. This switch determines whether or not the form will continue accepting responses. So for our movie night form, once the movie choice is announced, I can click on the switch so it is over and it is no longer accepting responses. This will close the form and prevent people from seeing and responding to it. This is all you need to know when it comes to collecting and analyzing your form responses. Now you have all the skills that is necessary to make a great form using Google Forms. So, happy form making!
We're near the end of this master course on Google Drive. I hope you're feeling more comfortable with the whole process and how you use it, how you organize it, how it integrates with everything else you do. If you still have questions, it's not too late. So start thinking about any question you have that's not yet been answered and go ahead and post your questions so that Ying Ying and Benson can answer them directly. Part of what makes Google great and Google Drive great is constant iteration, constant change, constant improvement. Well, that's also what we try to take to heart right here in this course and making it better. So we're constantly iterating, making things better because of your feedback. So please take a moment, post your comments right here in the student Q&A section. What do you think needs to be improved in this course? What needs to change? What needs to be added? What needs to be taken out? Don't hold back. Post your comments right here and we'll try to make the changes as quickly as possible so we make this course better and better and better for you. Okay, I admit it. I'm a hypocrite. I ask for reviews. I don't always leave reviews. I say, well, you know, I'm so important, I'm in a rush, let me just finish the course and forget the reviews. Well, I feel for you. I've been there, but I'm telling you, I really need you to leave a written review of this course. Let me know what you think. What did you like? What could be better? That's how this course will improve. Now, the beauty of online courses is they're not like books where you just print it, that's it, it never changes. This course changes constantly. It's updated. We add things, we take things out. Now you can probably see, I got less hair than some of the earlier videos in this course. That's because this video is new. We're always updating. Now, I might not look prettier, but we are trying to make this course look prettier and be better for you. So I'm asking, please leave a written review, and don't just leave a star number. Actually leave several sentences. Let me know what you took away from this course. How did it help you or not help you? Give as much details as possible. That's the only way I can make this course better for you. And hey, since you now have lifetime access to this course, the course is going to get better for you too. So please don't just fast forward. Leave a review right now. If you've already left a review, you can always hit the edit button, top right hand portion of your screen, and you can leave a more detailed review. Thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. Thanks so much for being a part of this course on Google Drive. Congratulations for getting all the way through the course. You are now a master at using Google Drive. I hope you feel that you now have complete confidence in your abilities to use all the features, all the tools, and all the resources of Google Drive. And I hope this dramatically increases your productivity in every single thing you do. Good luck.